Greetings, gamers. We have some stuff to go over today, don't we? How you guys doing? What up, Manos? What up, Amir? When is the patch? Probably in like 8 hours? 10 hours? Yeah, like in like 10 hours, the servers will come down. And then they usually stay down for like 3 hours, 6 hours, depends. Depends on the patch. Baelish! Some of these darker color names are so hard to read on my multi-streaming thingy. That might just be hard to read on dark mode in general. How you doing, Baelish? What's good, dude? What are you up to? What up, Zig? What up, Dragon Slayer? Morland, you're a great content creator. I can tell because even after I played this game so much I got sick of it, I still find interest in your content. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. You coming back at all for T2? What up, Gokin? What time is it in Australia, bro? You supposed to be awake right now? What are you doing? It's Wednesday. It's Thursday for Australia. What up, Bolt? I guess you might just be waking up if it's Australia. It's possible that you're already doing tomorrow. My brain just goes immediately to like, have you been up all night? But maybe you just get up at a reasonable time. 6:30? Okay, yeah, that's about right. That sounds right. So which is it? You just wake up or you are you degen? Birds? Snuff! Oh, here we go. Snuff, we all know this one already.
Why did Mickey divorce Minnie? Because she was fucking goofy.
It still hits when the text-to-speech reads it for some reason, but we already know that one, Snuff. Let me get new material. Welcome back for 56 months. What's good? Old but good one. That's like a pre-internet joke. How is TNL? TNL, Baelish, is like... man, how can I describe it? It's kind of like playing a game that's in beta. It's always getting better, except for when it's getting worse. I like it a lot, but also... The biggest thing that keeps me playing it is the fact that they keep improving it. Because it does need some improvements. But they also improve it constantly and rapidly. So, I think it's going places. Stream Sniper, the guy next to you? This one? She can snipe me. I am pre-internet? I know, me too. It's hard to explain to people. It's hard to explain to these Zoomers. They don't remember what it was like. We used to have to use, like, meeting times. You'd have to arrange things ahead of time. You'd be like, I'll meet you at this location at this time. And then if you weren't there, it was over. You'd never see that person again. Until the next day at school. Zoomers don't know pre-internet. I'm gonna try Chrono Odyssey. Probably, maybe. I don't know. I don't feel like we know much about it yet, do we? I might not. Honestly, a lot of these Asian MMOs, they look really good in previews. This happened with Perfect New Worlds. Do you guys remember when Perfect New Worlds was announced? And like the combat looks sick. It's like, oh, it's like BDO, but looks even better. And then I tried the like preview that they did, and I've lost interest in the first 5 minutes. So hard to say. Hard to say with some of these new games. They're very good at marketing, not so good at execution. And then you take a game like Ashes of Creation, and it's completely the opposite. Like the game looks like dog shit, but then you play it and it's like super fun and addicting. I don't think it looks like dog shit. I just don't think it looks as good as a lot of these Asian MMOs look. PvP scene active? Yeah, the PvP scene's pretty much all we do. My gear's been maxed since like 2 months ago. You max out gear pretty easily in this game, especially if you know what you're doing. My gear's been maxed for a while. I actually have 2 sets of max gear now. So, yeah, most of what we do is goof around PvP. There's still a little bit of progress I can make in PvE, so we still do it. But, yeah, for the most part. We're just out here fighting over nothing. Zoomers don't know UO. It's true. Cannon said he's going to play UO Outlands, which is pretty lit. I'm going to follow him around. Protect him from thieves and murderers. He has no idea what he's getting into. Here's some T2 news. I think T2's coming in February 13th, February 14th, whatever that Thursday is. Valentine's Day. What's the actual date? Let's see. I'll tell you guys my logic in a second. Yeah, February 13th. I think that's going to be T2. He played it on Monday. He already played Outlands? When I watched him on Monday, he was playing Blade and Soul. Did he bounce off of Outlands pretty quick then? Maybe he couldn't get into it. Plus 12 gear means serious load of mats needed soon. Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm going to do today is actually do a little audits and see if I'm in a position to max out plus 12 gear. Because I don't think I'm quite there. The magic powder in particular, this is a concern. So if we go over to one of the merchants, you can see how much these stones cost. Solent is a bit of a concern as well. Let's look at just weapon stones. Toy-ho. Okay, so 40k to craft a growth stone. It takes 2 precious magic powder. If I turned all of that blue powder into purple, I'd only have like 2k powder. So I actually think that's going to be the biggest bottleneck. How are you guys doing on powder? Do you have giga amounts of magic powder piled up? It's time to start salvaging again. It's time to start dissolving gear. I've been feeding everything into material transmutation, but yeah, I think it's time to start. Oh, I can actually see how much I have. Yeah, so I have 2.8k that I can make. Got 1,200 precious polished crystals that I can make, but I already have like 3 grand of those. I don't think the polished crystals are going to be a problem. The Solent here. The Solent might be an issue. So just smashing these materials together. Well, also, how much precious rubrics ore? I can make another 529 precious rubrics ore? Okay. So let's do some quick math here. According to TL Codex, it's about 426 growth stones to go from 0 to 12. We're not going to be going from 0 to 12. We have the transfer that we can use, so that's going to shave off probably 80 or so of those stones. I don't actually know the exact... Has anyone tried transferring on Korea a T1 into a plus like 10 or a plus 11 T2 to see how much it gets? Because when we did it, you couldn't go to plus 12 yet. It was only plus 9. And so it would go from 7.3 all the way to 9. But now it's probably like 10 and a half or maybe like 10 and 3/4. And then you transfer that and that takes you all the way to 12. So I'm guessing we just shave off the last level and maybe a little bit more. So that's like 80 stones that we can drop. Let's see here. Yeah, 80, maybe as many as 100, but we'll say 80. So 300 and let's base this off of 350 growth stones. Orvica, welcome back for 7 months.
Hey at Moroland TV.
How's it going? Welcome back. Magic powder stock went critical due to the transmorph. What does that mean? Due to the transmorph. Do we need multiple 10 fishing rods and the other purple ones? I don't think so. I just keep them as souvenirs. Maybe they'll be useful for something someday. Okay, so that's 14.5 million solent just to craft the stones that are needed to do the upgrade. And then the upgrade itself is another 6 mil-ish. Well, if we shave off the last level, then it could be as little as like 4 mil. But yeah, we're probably looking at like 18 million solent. Plus all of these materials to get one weapon maxed out. I think the solent is going to be a big shock. Both the powder and the solent, I think, are going to be a big shock for people. How are you guys doing on these materials? Let's look at armor and accessory. I take armor and accessory contracts more than weapon. So I'm probably in a better position here. Yeah, I can make 1,700 of these. Although, no, not really. It's not really that better of a position because we need... we have 5 armor pieces and only 2 weapons. So, yeah, I'm going to need a lot. It's still going to be the magic powder, though. Like, the fact that this is shared across every different type. I think I'm good on polished crystals. Been buying those from the guild merchant every day. But the magic powder. If we need 700 per piece, that's like 8k magic powder in total. I only got 3k. Uh-oh. The one upside is that it's not like you're going to need all this on day 1. You're not going to get all your T-tier gear right away. So we'll have time. We have time between now and T2. And then even after T2 releases, we'll still be accumulating resources at the same time that we're getting loot. So 450 is if you get very lucky. Codex says that 426 is average luck from 0 to 12. And we won't be going from 0 to 12. We'll be transferring. So we'll cut off some of that. But I don't think you need to get very lucky. Very lucky is 300. If you got very lucky, it'd be like 300. Again, without transferring. Okay, so... let's check accessory. Alright. Yeah, so... actually, I just... cloak counts as armor, right? So... I always think of cloak as an accessory, but... it's not. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna have 6 pieces of armor. 5 accessories. And 2 weapons to upgrade. So that's 13 pieces of gear. Why was I thinking 11 pieces of gear? I was thinking just this right here. Time to start dissolving some items. He was playing UO, the one with the mega old graphics. He was talking about the blue tooltips. How did it... did he play it for a while? Did he like it at all? I'm sad I missed it. How many blessings need each weapon? 5,400 is correct. Well, you need 8,100, but you're going to get like 2.6, 2.7k just for transferring your current gear, if that's maxed out. So, yeah, 5,400 is about right, but it's kind of overkill. You don't really need to have 5,400. If you have like 3 or 4k, that'll be enough, because you're going to transfer your current gear, and then you're still going to be looting stuff every day. So you just toss that in there and get a little bit more blessing. You don't need to have it like completely 100% done before T2 comes out. Yeah, I think somewhere between 3 and 4k is plenty. I wouldn't sweat it too much beyond that. He had a guy showing him the ropes. That was supposed to be me. Who showed him the ropes? Does Purification Stone no longer work in the arena? No, it's bugged, but it's fixed in today's patch. Best weapon combo for PvE? Bow, crossbow. I don't think anything else comes close, unfortunately. Very unbalanced currently. 750 million Solent. Wait, where are you getting 750 million Solent from? You're gonna have to show the math on that one.
So take your time looking around.
I have an issue leveling gear on PS5 traits. I keep failing traits. I can't use more than one item to upgrade a trait. Well, they do fail. It tells you the percentages. If you're using like a blue item to upgrade a purple trait, it will fail 90% of the time. I'm not sure what you mean about only using one item. How much Solent you have? You have 750 mil Solent? Why do you have 750 million Solent? What the hell? Anyone else have 750 million Solent? Were you just buying Marins and selling them for... Are you some sort of prepper? Buying them before they go up? That's crazy. They might actually be going up. I got baited by these. There were none listed, and so I was like, oh, I'll just put one up real quick and make some money, but yeah, it failed. No one bought it. Wasted 50 ink. Well, 25 ink. I had to go for it, though. What are we seeing? Are we seeing Marins go up yet? Okay, 9 Lucents. I mean, this is normal. This hasn't gone crazy yet. I've been selling these for 10 recently. Like, this isn't too crazy. If they suddenly go up to like 15, then we can maybe get a little worried.
Go ahead, take your time.
But I might be done selling those. I think I'm done selling all the gems till we finish this math. Because my 300 mil Solent's starting to look a little thin. I mean, if we only need like 20 mil per item, that's not that. I should be okay. It'll be rough, but I should be okay. But I still think the price of those gems is going to go up. So we might as well hold on to them. Because people are definitely going to be buying them more. Everyone's a tank, everyone's melee evasion. I don't even know why I PvP anymore. I'm so useless. I don't do anything, bro. Like, time to reroll staff. I'm just here as a distraction while the mages and bows get all the kills. That was on me. Are Marins more worth selling for Lucent or Solent? I mean, you sell them for whichever one you need more. Usually, Lucent is more valuable, but if you're hurting on Solent, then you gotta do what you gotta do. I've sold... Early on, I sold a few Marins for Solent. I didn't sell too many. I might have sold maybe 10. In the early days. I'm trying to remember why I needed so much. I think it was just upgrading purple gear early on, and I don't know. I didn't struggle with Solent too much because I was running 50% Solent food super early on. And that always kind of kept me above water. That's the biggest way to maintain a good amount of Solent, is just always run that food when you're doing Abyssal grind. I still, to this day, see tons of people grinding Abyssal tokens without that buff, and that's just crazy. There was like a brief window of time, well, not that brief, I guess for the last like month or so, since they increased Mastery from 16 to 20, it made sense to run Mastery food instead of Solent food. But now, with the Mastery rework coming, it doesn't make sense anymore. We're going to have to re-level all that stuff anyways, and it's going to level faster after the patch. So, it's back to Sullen Food. Everybody should be running Sullen Food. Mastery Food goes on the shelf until T2. I was really thinking we were going to get that Mastery rework this month. I mean, they did say January in the roadmap. I really thought it was going to come before T2, but we were misled. I'm just going to slam all my abilities into this tank for 0 damage. Where's my melee evasion? It's got stunned like 17 times in a row. Where's my CC immunity? Are you guys enjoying this tank healer meta that we're in right now? Is it this bad on other servers? I actually think that it might be specifically bad on my server, because when we do inter server fights against other guilds, they don't seem to be following this meta at all. It's like completely different. The roadmap is for KR. Yeah, I guess. But usually when it comes to like feature updates, we get them at the same time, you know, like they release Spear globally. I don't know. I thought it's one thing if it's like a new expansion, like you know, obviously I don't think we're going to get new bosses at the same time as Korea. When it comes to something like a skill mastery rework, I thought we were going to get it at the same time. I don't really see any reason not to. It wouldn't be that overpowered in T1, and in fact, I think it would be a lot easier for people to like get used to it right now, because they're going to release that and T2 at the same time. People are going to be so overwhelmed, dude. Like, I don't think y'all realize how much it's going to be like launch all over again. People are going to be super confused about what to prioritize and what's good. And have you guys tried to make a T2 build on Questlog yet? It's a couple of options. There's some options, boys. Not as straightforward as T1. The stats on that T2 gear is crazy. There's a gazillion pieces and all of them have every stat. It's nuts. With the new year coins event coming tomorrow, we should not do anything today. Save all contracts, dungeon runs to get those coins tomorrow. Probably. Yeah, I didn't look at the patch notes super closely yet. We're going to go over it on stream. But if you're not capped, yeah, you might as well wait. Might as well wait. I did see that the event is running until February 13th, and that's why I'm predicting T2 on February 13th. I don't think it's going to be any sooner than that. Put it that way. They could push it back, but I don't think it's going to be any sooner than February 13th. But we'll find out for sure next week. Guild hasn't swapped to melee evasion. One guild we fought, 18 spears, cleared my ball in 20 seconds flat. We're in the process of moving to evasion now because I'm tired of this shit. Yeah, I think it's going to catch up to the other servers pretty soon. That's what they want. They want people to take a break so they grind again on T2. You think they want people to take a break? I don't think any dev wants people to take a break from their game, except for Yoshi P. Based Yoshi P. Telling you to go play other games while they work on the next FF14 expansion. It's one of the most wholesome things I've ever seen a game dev say. Like, yeah, you don't have to log in every day. We don't have to hit you with, like, chore-like daily quests to keep you engaged. Go play something else. Come back for the expansion. Notice some servers are different and slow. Certain quests are slower to renew. Certain quests are slower to renew. I'm not sure what you mean by that. think it'll be less of a problem in T2, the spear melee evasion meta. Hard to say. Korea is not that hyped about spear. And it's hard to say if that's because of, like, it's actually not strong or because they just play differently. Because that happens in a lot of games. This was a big thing for a while in BDO too, where the Korean meta and the NA meta were very different in terms of what people thought was good. And the actual games, like the actual versions of the games, were pretty much the same, but the meta was still very, very different. It just had to do with people's perceptions and like the way that people played in the different regions. So I don't know. I don't know where Spear's going to land in T2. I think it's anyone's guess right now. It could be that people in Korea just already had a lot of melee evasion because, you know, for small scale or whatever. Because the game has been out for a lot longer there, so people have had time to have multiple gear sets. So, I don't know. Maybe they were just already ready for Spear. And it didn't really catch on as much. I'm gonna get a cloak right now. I get solo loot from one of these bosses like once a week. Just saying. If I was not in a guild, I'd be so rich. Okay, didn't get it this time. Next time for sure. Let's go see if there's a fight at Nerva. What are my graphic settings? I have everything cranked pretty much as high as it can go, except for hair strands. Turn off hair strands. I turn off motion blur just because it's annoying. And then I have shadow quality and ambient occlusion set to high. I don't actually know how big of a difference that makes. That's just a habit I got into with my old PC. So these two are set to high instead of epic. I was told by a Grob's video that those would have the biggest impact, so I put them on high. But yeah, other than that, everything's pretty much cranked. When there's going to be like a really huge fight, like Siege or something, then I will turn it back down. I'll turn everything on low. I'll probably turn things low for Tevent tonight. Arc Boss and Siege. Turn things down. Everything else pretty much just stays up. Our server's gone tank 1 meta. It's very boring now. Yes. Yeah, same thing is happening here. Everyone's a tank. Everyone's a healer. Nobody plays DPS. And everyone runs melee evasion. Very, very boring. I'm gonna come down to find Nerva in a minute. Almost forgot where to go. What up, Trigger? At least now TTK isn't an issue. It's an issue if you're a DPS. That's why no one's playing DPS. Tanks and healers, literally unkillable. DPS, dead in 2 abilities. That's the current meta. Holy. Let me up. Like when we go to Boonstones now with my group, we're playing kind of like a flex role, and so we're doing a lot of like flanking and stuff. And if we see another group, we literally just kill the DPS and leave. We don't even engage with the rest of the group. We kill like maybe 1 or 2 people, and then we just leave. We just go to the next group. Like, it's pointless. You just waste your time fighting the tanks and the healers. Okay, well, this was fun. It doesn't look like anyone's coming. Oh, oh. Okay, maybe. A couple oranges. All me? Is that it? Two guys from Legendary? Refresh the quest like Ant Quest for Egg took 1 second, renew on one server. Other server took 3 days to wait for Ant Egg Quest. Ant Quest for Egg. I am not sure what you're talking about, my dude. You talking about a story quest? You talking about a contract?
Now, to a painless place.
Oh, got my growth stone. Yeah, see, DPS, dead instantly. If any of these people are a tank, they'll literally fight all 30 of us without dying. Looks like none of them are tanks. I think he is talking about in the ant's nest, the yellow eggs that spawn. You need to break them. I remember that being annoying. I must have blocked it out. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. It's a codex quest. So you're talking about the eggs don't respawn for 3 days? That doesn't sound right. They're probably just bugged. Do a Tico Talks reaction yet? my reaction is I guess we'll wait till Thursday. Bro, saying Tico Talks is gonna be on the 21st and then on the 21st being like, okay, we're gonna give you the actual dates on the 28th. I don't know. Okay, thanks, Tico. Like, the like to dislike ratio on that video is not great, and I can understand why. It seemed to only be there to like hold us over for another week. I guess. There's not a whole lot to react to. I mean, at least we know. I'm glad that he said that we're getting plus 12 gear off the rip and that we're getting skill mastery off the rip, because now we can kind of plan around those things. But not having a date for T2 is still like, and it's just annoying for character progression purposes. Especially when it comes to like making build guides and stuff. Like, I have no idea what to advise people. Yeah, go and get all this gear. Oh, just kidding. Next week it's going to be obsolete. Like, just give us the date, dude. They don't want to burn the good rep he has with the community. There was a little, I think there was a little bit of burning this week. If you look at the like to dislike on the other Tico Talks, it's like 98%. On this one, it's like 50-50. Like God's people would be the one giving bad news. What do you think the bad news is going to be? T2 in April? Combat changes becoming more like WoW is exciting. That is true. No, that is true. I think people actually are downplaying what he said about the combat changes, because it's hard to get an intuitive sense for what all of that means. Like, oh, my camera doesn't need to be facing my target anymore. Like, okay, like how big of a deal is that? I don't think people intuitively know that, like, actually that will, especially just things like if I precision dash and then I want to tap it again to hit the target that I just dashed through. Right now I have to spin my camera, and sometimes I even have to like spin my camera and then take a step in that direction in order to use the second one. Not having to do things like that will make the combat feel a lot smoother. An increase in melee range will make melee feel way better than it currently does. Massively so, actually. I think that's one of the biggest changes they can make to make melee combat feel less clunky. So yeah, I do think those changes are going to have a higher impact. But at the end of the day, people want to know when we're getting new content. They want to know what day we're getting new content. So it kind of makes sense that that stuff is being overshadowed, because until they say this is the day you're getting new content, then people don't really care about whether or not melee is going to have less clunky mechanics. I feel like character-based movement will feel really clunky. Might be because I like the camera-based system more based on my experience with other MMOs. I don't know if I fully grasp what he meant by that. So right now, you move, you turn the camera, you keep moving. I guess is the idea that, I mean, it just depends if you do like a left-click camera turn or a right-click camera turn, right? I mean, I don't know how much of a difference it makes. Will it just be that if you left-click, you're... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. In T2, if we get a drop, we can use to trade our T2 gear. We should use it and not sell it. I think in the beginning, you probably want to sell everything and try to get as much money as you can. And then you'll be able to buy those traits back like 3 weeks later for half the price. But it's kind of up to you. If you want to be like as strong as possible, as early as possible, then you'll have to make sacrifices to make that happen. You will always use skills in the direction your character is looking at. I don't think that's what they mean. I mean, surely if you have like a ground targeted ability, you'll just be able to aim it like normal. I don't think your character... I don't think they're adding, like, more requirements. They're trying to make it feel smoother. They're not trying to make it, like, even less intuitive. Due to the game, only 2,700s started watching your stream and got into the game. I feel like I should get a kickback for that. NC, are you listening? Where's my creator code? You guys remember the creator codes they did in BDO after I quit? Should have done it before I quit. Probably would have stuck around. Or have you tried the 5x gilded Raven piece for Spear Greatsword? I have not. No. It would be pointless to do that on this server because the meta has shifted too far. I do have a build like that on Questlog though. I've got a couple of them actually. There's a full endurance version, and then there's a hit version where you drop the endurance down a little bit, but you get a crazy amount of hit rate. Guildmates say it feels amazing in large scale. Yeah, they're probably not playing on Zeroth though. That's the problem. Or are they? I don't know. Ravens, you don't play on Zeroth, do you? A lot of people recommend to save up our Abyss contracts for T2 now that Talandra is coming. What do you think about this? You could save up some of them. I definitely would not save up all of them. You absolutely need to make sure that you're buying your Mystic Keys, your Enchanted Ink, and your Extraction Stones. You cannot skip those. So if you are able to buy all those and still save some blue scrolls afterwards, then that's probably fine. I don't know how good the conversion rate's going to be. If anyone has a Korean account and can actually check, I suspect it's not great, but the idea is that if you do run some extra Talandre contracts early on, you might get lucky and get a purple piece that you can sell, or that you can sell the trait and make a little bit of extra Lucent. I don't think it's quite as much of like a slam dunk as people are making it out to be. I mean, you could easily do that and not get anything that's worth selling, and in the meantime, you're missing out on some potential value. you're not missing out on a ton of potential value, but there's some, I mean, there are still consistent ways to make money off your blue contracts. Like, some of those items you loot, especially if it's like a chess piece or something, some of those traits are still decent money. And then the tokens that you get, you know, Clasp of the Conqueror traits, those are still selling pretty good. Plus, you can use that loot to stack blessings. So I think there's still a lot of value in running your contracts now. But if you want to just do the bare minimum, keys, stones, ink, and save the rest, then that's probably okay. Server still bow staff heavy. Fought Visa in inner server, and my god, the amount of melee evasion. Yeah, on Zeroth, it's full. Everybody's full melee evasion. I mean, like literally, there will be. We'll do a 60v60 boonstone, and there will be maybe 5 people out of 60 that don't have melee evasion. It's actually crazy. Someone said the T2 Abyss gear is not that good. Does it include Talandre 2? No, pretty much all the Talandre gear is good. I mean, Talandre gear is like, it's like tier 2.5 almost. I mean, not really, but it's like, it's good. Yeah, it's all good stuff. Also what they put in the loot tables. Well, it sounds like we're just getting everything. It sounds like we're getting the early T2 gear. It sounds like we're getting the Talandre T2 gear. It sounds like we're just getting absolutely everything all at once. So, yeah, as far as what actually goes into one of those Talandre contract pouches, that would be an interesting thing to check. At some point, we'll probably have to just log into Korea and look at the list of items and the percentages. Thoughts on Queen Spear versus T2 Spear? Queen Spear's not that exciting. I think Queen Spear only works if you're combining it with like a Tevent Greatsword or a Bell SNS. Then it sounds kind of cool. If you're like a tank and you jump in and scoop everybody. Even if you didn't have a Bell SNS, even if you were just playing SNS Spear, having a Bell Spear so that you could jump in and scoop everybody, I think is good. But yeah, I don't really think it works in any other build, except for maybe a Tevent Greatsword build. Talandre has its own Abyss gear too. Yeah, Talandre has completely new Abyss dungeons. So there's the way it worked in Korea is there was tier 2, which looked just like our version of the game, except all the content that we have now had tier 2 gear in it also. So like you could get, there was the Dawn Mist set and the Sacred Adjudicators or something. There was 2 different sets you could get from Abyssal Grind, and they were spread out. So like some of the pieces were Sarnadoma, some of them were Celius. And then the rest of the sets, is my game frozen? Okay. The rest of the sets were in the 2-star dungeons. So the same content we have now, but in addition to all this stuff, you had T2 helmets. You had like 5 or 6 different T2 helmets. And this one had 5 or 6 T2 boots, like however many sets there were. It was all in the same content. Then Talandre comes out. That's this whole region up here. They increased the level cap to 55. And now there's more T2 gear. And it's all T2, so it's kind of the same, but the Talandra gear is new, so it's like there's like a little bit of power creep. You know, like on average it's kind of better. But it's still T2, so it's not all better. You know, like you could still make an argument for some of the older sets for sure. But then there's completely new level 55 Abyssal dungeons. So like there's one under the water right here. There's like a vampire mansion somewhere. Where is it? I forget where it is. But yeah, there's completely new Abyssal grinds. And so, obviously, like, that has its own gear as well, so. And then 3-star dungeons have their own gear. But it's all tier 2. It's all the same tier of gear. So it's kind of weird. And I guess we're just going to all get it in one big clump. You sometimes do build reviews. You can spend your channel points on Twitch, the ones that you get for watching. You can spend those for a build check.
My customers should know that too.
Okay, so today we need to do some math. We don't really need to worry too much about token burn. One of the things, let's go over the patch notes. Let's do that first. What's T3 bis? We'll find out in 2026. Disconnected from server? Is the stream still up? Actually, I'm gonna turn on exit lag real quick anyways, so. Did you guys get kicked? Is it just me? The true Amazon will not reward hoarders and will change some game systems to prevent it. Nobody knows. It's total speculation. They haven't given us any info about any of that. We could guess based on what they've done so far that they might do something to make it so that you can't really hoard the materials. I don't know what though. I mean, are we saying they're gonna add like a new drop for growth tones? Like, I doubt it. It'd be too much of a rework. Okay, so what was I gonna do? Patch notes. Let me bring them up. I'm all out of tokens. What's the next best way to grind Solent? There is no better way of grinding Solent. Abyssal tokens is it all your Solent comes from Abyssal to grind. That's why running Solent food when you're doing Abyssal grind is so important. You really can't. I mean, you could just go and do Abyssal grind without tokens and you will still get some Solent. I don't really think it's worth your time though. You should go do things that are going to replenish your Abyssal tokens. Go do your regular dungeons. Go do your contracts. Get the Abyssal tokens from that, and then did everything. Well, make an alt. No, don't make an alt. There's no time for that. I mean, you could do the litho book, I guess. Like, you can't really grind this, but you could fill these out and then sell the precious gems. But yeah, I mean, if you're out of everything, then you're out of everything. It is what it is. Grind some dimensional trials up, work on your runes, or just take a break until tomorrow. Start prep for T3. You have a boss guide as Greatsword Spear. Not yet. No, I have like 3 different build guides for Greatsword Spear, Greatsword Dagger, and Dagger Spear that are kind of sitting there waiting for the T2 date to be announced. So probably next week on YouTube, you guys are going to see a flurry of content from me. But yeah, I've kind of been holding off because we're in content limbo at the moment. I'm not trying to make a bunch of guides that are outdated. Do you know if the tier 1 random dungeon rewards are going to change the way they did in the Korean version? The tier 1 random dungeon rewards are going to change the way they did. You'll have to be more specific. I don't know what you mean. How did they change in the Korean version? Have 100k worth of Abyss tokens saved up. Should I wait until T2 to redeem them? 100k worth of Abyss tokens saved up. Oh, like in your inventory? Maybe. Do they have long timers on them? They have like 30 or 60 day timers on them? Yeah, I don't think it hurts to save those up right now. Those do have timers on them, though, so check. If you have 100k, I feel like some of those might be expiring soon. It sounds like it's from last month's Battle Pass or something. I thought patch was only that the little island in the middle and bosses we already fighting, they added tier 2 gear. No, nobody knows, Michael. Nobody knows. They haven't given us any detail. Everything you've seen on tier 2 is speculation right now. We finally just got some info this week that we are going to be getting tier 2 at plus 12, and we're going to be getting it with the Talandre expansion. So, but as far as where the gear is going to come from, if they're going to add it to the dungeons we already have, etc., I mean, nobody knows. Probably. It's probably going to be pretty similar to how it looks in Korea, because that would be the least amount of work for them. Plus 12 does need a lot of solent. Yeah, that's one of the things we're going to be looking at today, is figuring out exactly how much we need to save up. But they changed Salvation Token to something else when Tier 2 released? Maybe. I don't know. We never really did random queues in Korea. We always ran them in-house. I think by the time they did the random queue thing, we were already playing global. I think it's worth saving random 2-star box reward from co-ops for T2 salvation coin chance. Oh, so you're saying, like... I see what you guys are asking. So, right now, you've got a box. I don't think I have any in my inventory. But, you're saying that this thing right here, the purple chest... Not the shard chest, but the actual matchmaking chest. In the future, instead of having a 12 shard secondary reward, the little X12 at the bottom, that might change to a full-on dimensional essence. Maybe. Yeah, maybe that'll happen. If it does happen, maybe it'll affect your chest retroactively. You could save these up. I mean, there's really no reason to spend these right now. The only other real value they have right now is for trade on lockstones. And nobody should really be hurting for trade on lockstones at the moment. You should be stockpiling the shit out of those for T2. So, yeah, I don't think there's any rush to open these. You can pile these up, put them in the bank. Just in case. Yeah, and unless you're trying to trade out an Arc Boss weapon, you should be pretty good on lockstones right now. You should be just piling those up, and you shouldn't be in any hurry to spend them. Any way to get more Solent faster? Yeah, the best way by far to get Solent is you run this food. Not that one. You run this food right here, crab meat pie, every time you do your Abyssal grind. Every single time. Never forget it. Always remember it. This has a bigger impact on your income than anything else that you can do. Yeah, just to also keep in mind, guys, that you might not actually be doing random matchmaking for much longer, because they're going to be putting the 2-star chests at the end of your dimensional trials. So if you're grinding runes, you can just spend your tokens to open the chest at the end, which is going to save you a lot of time. I mean, if you're really min-maxing, then I guess you could still run randoms anyways for that extra chance, but you got to be kind of no-lifing. I think for 95% of players, that's going to not be worth your time. You got to be in the, 6-hour-a-day club for that to be something that's going to make sense. Tico didn't say anything about fixing cooking? Let's see if they fixed it in the patch notes. Okay, so... Downtime, 6.5 hours. Festive decorations like a giant cobra statue in every village. The year of the snake has come to Silesium. It's true on my server. Join the lunar celebration. after maintenance completes on January 23rd until the start of maintenance on February 5th for event-specific daily login rewards. Okay, so the event only runs till the 5th, and then the shop is open until the 12th. So, I mean, if we're going to cope, there's a chance that we get Tier 2 as early as the 5th or the 6th, but probably not. I think that's pretty early, you guys. I think they would have told us by now if that was the case. Don't you think so? Log in daily rewards like event bait, blue snake scales, New Year coins, New Year cards. Acquire blue snake scales and then interact with the Cobra statue to receive a lucky red envelope. You guys ever got one of these in real life? I used to date a Chinese girl, and they would do the red envelopes during Lunar New Year. It was very cute. There's usually money in there. Did you guys know that? They put money in there. It's a good gift. You ever wondering what to get someone? Can't go wrong with money. Got this every year since I'm Chinese? It's a good tradition, dude. My culture does not have any tradition of giving me an envelope full of money. We just get, you know, Nintendos and stuff for Christmas. Which is fine. They're doing a tier 2 reveal on January. Yeah, next Thursday they're going to say the exact date, but I mean, do we really think it's going to be like the week after? It could be. I don't know. Maybe they grinded super hard and got Talandre ready for us. It's a lot of work, though. New Year coins can be obtained from resistance contracts, dynamic events, 50 plus arc bosses, 1-star chests, 2-star chests. Fishing with event bait. I let some of my golden fishing bait expire. How about you guys? Did you guys get through all that golden bait from the last event? I didn't get through it. I wasted like 150 of it. Felt bad. It's okay, though. I wasn't getting that much Solent from it anyways. I think I got like 3 million Solent in total from fishing like 200 times. Amatoy Expedition. Okay, cool. So yeah, might as well, if you're not capped, might as well hold off on your contracts and your dungeons today and just chill and run those tomorrow. The event shop will remain open until February 12th. You'll be able to buy food, title, training due, trade unlock stones. These are the big ones right here. Unlock stones, extraction stones, and runes. Those will be nice. Skill books will be nice. So pretty similar to the last event that we got. A bunch of free stuff if you log in and get your event rewards. Acquire New Year coins to interact with the event NPC Lunar 25 for temporary event-specific buffs. Visit Lunar 25 before entering any abyssal or co-op dungeons to capitalize on the following bonuses. Okay. Do you get both of them? Or do you have to pick one? There's a grinding one, and then there's a damage one. Will not stack with currency or experience buffs. Okay. You might have to choose. Notable updates. A new currency tab has been added to the inventory UI. This tab holds currency type items across multiple gameplay sources, reducing the amount of items that need to be held in your inventory or storage. Existing currency items in player storage and chests have been converted automatically. What do you guys think this means? Do you think this is like polished crystal and ore and everything? If that gets its own tab, that's actually crazy. I have so much of my storage. Do I get a refund on the storage I bought? Bro, I have... Look at all this. Is all of it, like, our materials? Are these currencies? What do you think counts as a currency? Probably these tokens. I don't know, though. Like, I don't know if ore is currency. I don't know if, like, wood is currency. Is magic powder currency? Like, you could kind of make an argument for a lot of this stuff, but it's all materials, really, so... Yeah, currency. I don't know how big of an impact it's gonna have. It might only be, like, these shards and... you know, nothing else. So, we'll see. It says across multiple gameplay sources. That sounds like something. We could probably check Korea. They probably already have this update today, right? You hit the 10 million fish twice? Okay, dude. Well, not me. Bought the bait, let them expire, no time to fish. Where Chaos Rune is goods? Oh, I didn't even read that. It does say Chaos Rune selection chest. Hell yeah. How many per week do you think we're gonna get? 1 per week? 2 per week? It's actually really nice. Why do we wait to run T1s and T2s? You're gonna get event rewards from running those. So the event starts tomorrow, so you might as well wait till tomorrow, unless you're already capped. Why not make precious ones to save storage slots? It would cost me millions of solent to do that. I'm probably going to have to do it anyways, because a lot of that stuff's going to get turned into purple growth stones, but... yeah, I didn't really expect them to ever give us any inventory quality of life, so I kind of just kept expanding it, assuming that it was going to get bigger and bigger over time. Yellow metals and tokens, they have it from last week. The yellow metals. Like the resistance metals? That's it? These things? What do you mean by yellow metals? Yeah, I don't know. That's not a lot of stuff. I guess maybe like the abyssal coins will go in there. Arena coins. Maybe all that stuff goes in the currency tab. Okay, party member list. Numbers assigned to party members now update when the party member list is reordered. That's good. Kind of standards. Field bosses. War mode field bosses now display UI elements showing each guild's contribution percentage. This is actually huge. This is going to make PvPing over bosses, especially over Arc Boss, a lot more interesting. You'll actually know who's winning now. So I think that'll make the fights more exciting. It'll feel like we're actually like there's actually a win condition. We're not just all like killing each other for no reason. I think this is a really, really good change. Shadow Crypt, the same chests that spawn at night on Saradoma, will now spawn at various locations in Shadow Crypts. Okay. Island is too far, I guess. This is... yeah, this is fine. This is fine. It really is just, like, slightly more convenient, I guess. And I'm trying to think, like, what the logic is here. Because if someone didn't care enough to go PvP at Saradoma, why would they care enough to go in PvP at Shadow Crypt? Just because the teleporter is like 30 seconds closer? Maybe that's enough to make the difference, I don't know. I mean, certainly getting to like the back of Saradoma, where the second wave of chests are, that takes a while. There's really nowhere in Shadow Crypt that takes a while to get to, so... from just a casual standpoint, maybe this will bring some more people in. Shadow Crypt on my server is already a complete war zone, so... I don't know. Like when it comes to the activity, the #1 activity race, you almost have a split now. Like I feel like the activity Andes are still going island because there's going to be less competition out there. There's going to be more attention on Crypt. So if you're actually pushing rank 1 activity, I don't think much changes here. I think you still go to Saradoma, but yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Crafting NPCs in each town can now craft up to epic tier items, making it so higher tier crafting is available in all cities. Okay. Yeah. Fine. Kind of takes away the magic of everyone being in Stoneguard, but yeah, whatever. Guild buffs. Added 3 new types of guild buffs, boosting weapon mastery, cooking, and fishing experience, or offering guild members resurrection in a small radius outside of dungeons or arenas. I don't know what that means. Guild member resurrection in a small radius outside of dungeons or arenas? Don't we already have... so these are like resurrection stones with a predetermined location? And they're calling that a buff? I have no idea what that means. That's very weird. Very weirdly worded. The guild buffs for cooking mastery is crazy though. Like, are we gonna coordinate? All right, guys, everyone, as a guild, we're gonna be cooking at 4 p.m. today. That's when the cooking buffs are gonna be out. If you want to level your cooking, make sure you come to the guild cookout. Sure. Why not? Why not? Guild buffs. Remove the standard experience buff from the list of available guild buffs. Adjusted the Solent and Abyss contract token efficiency buffs to provide greater benefit over a longer duration. Dimensional Trials. Killing bosses in Dimensional Trials now offers the same boss loot chest from the dungeon version. This is going to be a huge time saver. I still think they should have done something about the rune grind. I don't think anyone wants to grind runes to level 60 right now, but at least you'll be able to double up and knock out your 2-star chests at the same time that you're grinding your runes. At the same time, you also miss out on the random rewards, so it's a bit of a double-edged swords. But I mean, we did ask for this, and it will save some time, but something about it still like doesn't feel great. The fact that you're giving up the random reward doesn't feel great. I just wish that they had thought a little bit more about how they're handling Dimensional Trials. This feels like a little bit too late. Siege, future Castle Siege events will take place at 8 p.m. server time instead of 4 p.m. Personally, I hate this. Because Sunday was like the one... Sundays and Thursdays are like the only nights of the week I have free right now from this fucking game. And now Sundays are gone. So at least before I could like do Siege on Sunday afternoon and then still go do stuff Sunday night. So whatever. Weekly reset. During this maintenance, the weekly content reset time will shift 2 hours to take place during maintenance windows. Okay. Yeah. I guess that kind of makes sense. Right now, there's like the weekly reset and the servers go down 30 minutes later. And maybe there was some weirdness happening there. Character, you can now edit current stats instead of fully resetting them, allowing you to adjust current values without having to respend points. It's a nice little quality of life. Items, food. In some cases, multiple food buffs from the same category could be active at the same time unintentionally. Uh-oh. Now only miscellaneous experience gain type food buffs can have multiple effects at the same time. What does that mean? Are they getting rid of our stir fry? Is stir fry over?
Human items are fascinating. I love seeing them.
The buff for cooking and fishing will be 24 hours? Oh, okay. Okay, so you don't have to come at 4 p.m. then. I see. They just have to say Saturday is cooking day. Alright, well. This is a bummer for cooks, if that's the case. There's going to be way less of a market for food, if I'm reading this correctly. Multiple food buffs from the same category could be active at the same time unintentionally. So are they trying to say that, like, veggie or mushroom stir fry won't work with your attack or defense food anymore? What about scorpion fritters? Scorpion fritters also useless now? So many foods become useless if they push this through. I don't like it. Do you guys like this? Food nerf? It's like a massive food nerf. It's a cooking nerf. Like, if you make it so that these foods don't stack, then 90% of the food in the game is just totally pointless. It's already the case that like 80% of the food is pointless. Now it's going to be even more. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Do we just not want cooking to matter in the game? Is that the goal here? It's not like they were huge buffs. Map, remove the ability to track players from your friend's target of interest and hostile list through minimap icons. Okay. I think this is actually an extremely good change. I will miss it. I will miss being able to see when one of my feuds is stealthed on the minimap. This was really good. Having map hack against people you didn't like was really good. But I think we can all agree it was kind of stupid. So, yeah, I think this is a good change. Friends is mutual, right? I don't know if they needed to do it for friends. But doing it for your hostile lists, like for your feud list, definitely makes sense. You like sniping daggers? Yeah, I bet you did. It says the same category. Well, it says multiple food buffs from the same category could be active at the same time unintentionally. It's unclear what they mean by category there. They could be referring to the stat that the food gives, or they could be referring to like the little icon that's on the food. The problem is this game doesn't, like, the attack and the defense icons override each other, even though they're different categories. So it's unclear what same category means. Even if it means that we can only run one utility food plus one attack food, that's still making a huge amount of the food that we're using right now irrelevant. Because, like, I would run scorpion fritters, veggie stir fry, and mushroom stir fry all at the same time on top of my attack foods. So that's 4 foods in total. And it sounds like after this, we're going to be able to do only 1 or maybe 2. It might be like 1 attack plus 1 utility food. But, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to drop the veggies and probably the mushroom stir fry, depending on how I feel about my mana, and just run attack food plus fritters. I don't know, it feels pointless to me. Like, why? Those foods weren't hugely beneficial to begin with. They just, you know, it was something that added to the economy. It was something that gave you something to do, like getting the mats for those and making them. It gave crafters something to do. Crafting's really not a thing in this game compared to other MMOs. Crafting is like almost non-existent. So making it even less relevant is an odd direction to go. Really dumb decision to not stack food. Instead, they should have leaned into the bug and just made it a feature. Yeah, they should have just, like, made the food categories a lot more clear, or just make it so that you can have a total of 3 food buffs across any food category and do away with the categories. I don't know. Like, there's other things they could have done here rather than be like, oops, we didn't mean to. We're saying to hold off on T1, T2 dungeons. I wouldn't do them today. Yeah, I would wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow you're gonna get an extra. You're gonna get the event reward from doing them tomorrow. So you probably don't need to do them today, unless you're capped. Glad I crafted 70 of each type of food yesterday. I haven't been crafting any food because cooking's bugged, and now my materials that have been piling up are going to be worthless because no one's going to want to buy any of it. So, yeah, that doesn't feel good. Map added weather forecast to zone information in the world map. Weather forecasts. Does this mean instead of going to max roll to see when it's going to rain, I can check the map? That's huge if true. Dude, I was getting to the point where I was going to put the rain app on the stream so people could just, like, see it while we're playing. I would use it. I would just look over at my other monitor and be like, oh, okay, that's when the next rain is. So maybe that'll be in game now. Fun police detected. Wasn't cooking before because it was bugged. Won't be cooking now because the patch made it useless. Yeah, exactly. Alright, Purification Stone once again works in arenas. That is good. Tax delivery, available times to schedule. Tax delivery have been adjusted to avoid overlap with certain dynamic events that could change stats of the tax delivery golem. Is that what happened? Supple? That's wild. That's wild. I wonder what the interaction was. The cooking recipe system unintentionally reverted to multi-quality output version in prior update. This update has been corrected. Cooking recipes once again produce increased quantities of meals instead of different qualities when crafting. It's good that they fixed this, but I have to say, this is one of the most terrifying bugs I've ever seen in an MMO. The fact that they can just, like, unilaterally revert an entire system of the game to a previous version, and that can make it to the live version of the game without being caught, is really, really unsettling. That makes me feel like nothing in this game could be working at any given time. Like, we could just, oops, like, the combat balancing that we did 3 months ago, we reverted it and nobody caught on, and, you know, like, dude, who knows? I feel like anything is up for grabs now. This is such a stupid mistake for them to have made that I hope they learned from this and put some quality control in place, because, like, this is such a wild thing to have slipped through. Oh, our entire cooking update was unintentionally reverted? Huh? What do you mean? What? Like, what is the process that caused that to happen? What else has been unintentionally reverted? Are my skills doing what they say they do? Are my buffs? Crazy. There's so many little things nobody would notice. Yeah, especially if the tooltips didn't get updated. There's so many things that nobody would notice that could be bugged for months. That's how it was in BDO. You guys remember the hidden stats on BDO that, like, people didn't know about for like 2 years straight? And it wasn't even caught by the devs. It was caught by a player eventually. It was caught by Big and Shiny. Yeah, I'm not even talking about the blue leak. That was a separate thing. There were other hidden stats that were just, like, not on items. Like the monster damage on Kudum, that was just Big and Shiny, like, super autistically testing it for 100 hours. And being like, guys, I think there's hidden monster damage on this item. And then a year later, the devs were like, okay, yeah, well, fine. You're right. We'll put it on there. We'll update the tooltip. Completely agree. Imagine if a bug reverts the new weapon mastery update. Yeah, and, like, some of those will be obvious. Like, the cooking one was obvious. You could see the different output. But when it comes to things like combats and stats, if there's a reversion to an older version of the game, it would not be obvious at all. You might be like, man, I feel like I'm not doing as much damage. But, like, to actually prove that, or to get to the bottom of, like, where, you know, which ability or which passive or which part of the formula went wrong, that would be really hard. Like, that'd be very hard. Peony, welcome back for 75 months.
Bdo has ruined how I view things in video games. I believe 90% of video game conspiracies now.
Dude. Same. Especially with these games that have like 200 devs working on them at the same time. I've become very paranoid. What game is Big and Shiny playing now? I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while. Okay, where were we? Gate of Infinity fixed an issue preventing collection of ranking rewards from Gate of Infinity when using a controller. Sorry to any console players, but that's a really funny bug. Controller Dimensional Trials fixed an issue preventing controllers from adjusting the tier of Dimensional Trials when creating a party board recruitment. Yeah, I'm just imagining someone on, like, PlayStation gets rank 1 Gate of Infinity and they're just, like, pressing the button. They can't get their reward. Sorry, console players. Gale Rush fixed an issue where the CC removal specialization would sometimes not apply when targeting allies at a distance. Fixed an issue that could prevent Gale Rush from being used on enemy targets at slightly higher elevations than the attacker. Is that why this ability is always telling me cannot be used at this time? I don't know, dude. Like, this happens in boss arenas, and I think those are pretty flat. So, I think Gale Rush still has some other bugs they need to fix. Azrael adjusted a location that incorrectly retained peace status during war mode Azrael. Oh, did they fix the little corner? Okay. Big. Actually big. Azrael's still going to be kind of cancer to fight over, but I think this will make it slightly more fun. It's unique. If nothing else, it's a unique fight. I think that field boss fights in general would be a lot more fun if the arena was like 5 times bigger. Azrael's one of the smallest arenas. The safe zone's, you know, literally 5 seconds away from the boss. So still kind of stupid, but at least they fixed that part. Silius Abyss adjusted a barrier wall preventing 2. I remember hearing the NPCs say this word during the tutorial. I don't know what they said. Is it Python? The hooks. 2 hooks from being accessible for traversal below the eastern rim.
There's no need to carry your materials with you. We'll take them off your hands.
I don't even think I know which hooks these are. A barrier wall? Below the eastern rim. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Torture chamber of screams. Fixed an issue that caused screams of shadow to not properly follow players if they had been pushed with collision skill effects. Oh, that was the... Okay, so it was a collision thing. I see. That was a very, very annoying bug. We had this happen like 3 times in a row. Probably because we had some potato in the group who wasn't dodging and was getting knocked back. Man, that's such an old bug. That's like an old KR bug. It's crazy that they just now fixed that. Okay, UI. Inventory. Closing your inventory after opening a container with item rewards will now close the acquired item pop-up. Okay. Tooltips for gear with set bonuses now indicate which items in the set you have equipped. Okay. Adjusted display of guild raids to clearly show participation rewards versus boss loot rewards. Oh, I like this a lot. Okay. So now you can see, like, if your guild gets a Tevent, you can see if it was a pity Tevent or if it was you actually did the most damage Tevent. I like that a lot. Items. Creating a lithograph from an item in your inventory will no longer display an untradeable result in the pre-crafting window. Okay. Minor, but probably important. Chat. Added additional chat settings to the settings menu. Expanded chat color options. Can't wait to see what y'all come up with. Do we have an event right now? I think we don't. Yeah, okay. Mirror Boutique added more view angle range to cameras, so you can now view your character from more different angles. Good change. Sprouts and Sages adjusted the display of qualifications. I totally forgot about this whole Sprouts and Sages thing. Do you guys use this? Is this like a popular feature? They kind of added this when I was out of town, and then I forgot about it. The hook fixes floor 5, east side. Been very annoying. Okay, so good fix then. As a bomber, I love that corner. Dude, that's how the hook on Saradoma feels right now. You walk up to that thing and you jump and you press F like 50 times and it won't hook. It's so buggy. I think it might have something to do with the crow. It thinks you're pressing F on the crow instead. Unclaimed rewards from Adventure Codec completion should trigger UI notifications more reliably. Added the option to hide item comparison keybinds. Minor adjustments to the display of caught fish stats and sizes. Can now unselect skill. Okay. Targeting. Fixed an unintended interaction between selecting party members from the party UI while the cancel selection by clicking ground setting was active. Okay, very specific, but I mean, it's a step in the right direction, I guess. I look forward to the day where there's a section that's this long and all of them say targeting. That will be the day that this game is saved. Trait window now displays the list of current traits when viewing the Convert Unlock Trait submenus. Equipment presets added an option to remove an equipped item from all presets if you have it saved to multiple presets. This is actually really nice quality of life, although the biggest quality of life that they could give us with equipment presets is a clone button. Please. Just let me copy my set. Same thing with skills. Let me copy set 1 over to set 2 so that I can adjust like 2 things rather than having to build the entire thing a second time. Oh, that would be nice, QOL. Okay. That's the patch, boys. What do we think? There's some good stuff in there. W patch. A lot better than last week's. Gonna be doing a video for this. I need to go to bed soon, UK here. You can just rewind the thing you're watching right now. Save it in another tab or something. And just rewind like 20 minutes. Watch it in 2x speed. No, I won't be making a separate video on it. Sprout thing is pointless, 99%. Do you guys want me to start making patch summary videos? I don't know. I feel like it's already saturated. There's already a bunch of people who do that on YouTube. It targets the crow? Yeah, exactly. Alright, I'll be right back, and then we're going to start looking at some of the T2 map that we're going to need. Start putting together some lists, boys.
Human items are fascinating. I love seeing them. Human items are fascinating. I love seeing them. Something to craft? There's no need to carry your materials with you. We'll take them off your hands.
Okay, so I want to look at some of this stuff today. So this is TL Codex. This is their math on how many materials it would take to go from 0 to 12. Now, because we're going to be transferring, we're not actually going to be going from 0 to 12. We're going to be going from 6 to 12. So if we look at how many materials it takes to go to 6, it says 84 stones, 400k. So we could potentially subtract that off the top. But I think it might actually be better to level up an item straight to like 10, maybe 10 and a half, or even 11. And then have the last piece. This also breaks a lot when you play around with it. You have to keep refreshing.
Got something to craft? There's no need to carry your materials.
So this right here, 0 to 11, is probably closer to what we're going to actually need. I don't think the amount of stones is going to change for different slots, right? Like, as far as I can remember, if this was an accessory or something. What's the name of like a T2 accessory? We could try. Let's look at armor. Yeah, okay. All the same numbers. So, although the solent is reduced here. The solent is reduced by half. Okay, so probably armor and accessories will cost the same amount of solent, and then weapon will be doubled.
We can even increase your storage size.
Let's see where we're at.
The goblins have big responsibilities. My customers should know that too.
Okay, so I have 300 precious accessory growth stones, and then I've got 800 blue ones. I don't know why I have so many. I guess I just didn't upgrade that many different accessories. I'm trying to think. I have multiple. I have 2 sets of armor. I have, I guess, 3 sets of weapons. And when it comes to accessories, I doubled up on rings. I used the same 2 rings for both builds. So I have like 1.5 sets of accessories. So I guess that's why I have so many more accessory stones than everything else. Because had I made 2 more rings, then these would be like close to 0. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. So the moral of the story is I shouldn't have made 2 sets. What's funny is the second set I made, the spear set. I made it range magic evasion because I kept dying to range and magic, and then like went out of town and came back and everybody had rerolled the spear, and so the range magic evasion set's not even that good. Could have saved my mats. But okay, so I probably don't need to worry about accessories. I think we're going to be able to get T2 accessories to plus 12 with this amount of materials. Pretty much. Actually, no. What am I saying? If it's 350 per item, then yeah, we're only going to be able to do like 1 item here. Okay, so scratch that. Now, as far as the other materials go, I have enough polished crystal and ore and magic powder to max out like accessories or armor or weapons, but probably not all 3. I wish I knew the date. I wish I knew what date we were going to get this stuff, because then I could really know like how much time. But I think the biggest bottleneck for me is going to be magic powder, which means I need to start shifting back towards dissolving. I was using a lot of my extra gear for either for blessing stacking or for just material transmutation, and it looks like we need to swap back towards dissolving. I think the easiest way to do this is probably going to be purple boots. In fact, let's check real quick. Okay, so a pair of shock commanders that's almost fully juiced is 259 magic powder. That's such a strange number. I wonder what the math behind that is. Let's see. Okay, so by itself it's 10. This is technically what, 9 extra traits on top of a base of 10. So 249 divided by 9, is that right?
We can even increase your storage size.
Doesn't make any sense. Why is this coming out to 249 or 259? That's such a weird number. I cannot figure out how to make that math work. Is the unlock being calculated separately from the upgrade? That's not how it works with blues.
If the goblins are to be believed,
Oh, okay. There must be... No, that doesn't really make sense either. So there, when we dissolve a blue, there's an RNG purple that goes into it. So maybe there's some RNG on the dissolving a purple that's just getting like smashed into the full value. Although this number doesn't make sense either. What is going on here? This should be... It should be 10 plus an additional... Let me see if I can... I must have one that's like partially... I have some gloves. Okay. Yeah, so... It's 10 and then it's an extra 25 per trait after that. Which does not add up here. Do you get a bonus if the item is fully... There must be some like extra amount that you get if the item's full or something. Not get exponentially more powder per trait filled. When I played around with this before, here, let me see if I can use... Okay, we'll use these Crusader gauntlets. So... Baseline is 10. If you put another trait onto this, it goes to 35. And then it goes from 35 to 60. So I thought it was just an extra 25 per level, but it seems like at some point that math changes. So let's see. I grab these. And then, yeah, I'll just unlock another trait. See what that does. Yeah, so another 25. When does it stop going up by 25? It might just be when the item's completely full. Have I been throwing this whole time? Salvaging items that are like mostly full? Okay, so that time it went up by 30, right? From 85 to 115. The way it's splitting these is so interesting. Maybe each line. Maybe if you max out a specific line, you get a bonus. Because it's acting like I'm getting 55 for the first line, 25 for the second line, 25 for the third line, right? Okay. Let's keep going. Yeah, I'm gonna do, okay, I'm gonna do the bottom line real quick. So that went up by another 30. Where did I get to that window a second ago? Whoops, no, don't do that. Just dissolve my whole inventory. There we go. Okay, so now the third line went from 25 to 55. Yeah, so this is telling me the result from each line. Okay, so the reason... So the first line, the credit that we get for the first trait on the first line is always 10. But then the next one on that line is 25, and then after that it's 30. Now for the second and the third line, those start at 25. They go to 30 on the second little dot, and then I guess let's see what the third one does. Why did I never notice this before? No, then it went up by 25 again. This doesn't make any sense.
Goblins are to be believed. You're lucky even when you're sleeping.
It went from 55 to 80. So the first ones were 25, the second ones were 30, the third ones were 25 again. What a bizarre system. Okay, if I break down... Hold on. I can use this same tactic to get some insight on these shot commanders. Actually, so I've got a couple of these. So let's look at this one first. And then we're getting 10, 80, 55, and 2. What? Where is the 2? The 2 has to just be... Okay, 10 is the first line. That makes sense. And then 80 is the second line. 3 traits, that's the same as the blue. You get 80 for 3 traits. 55 for 2, also the same as blue. And then this extra 2 here, I guess this is just like the 0 to 1 that you get on a blue. I guess this just... Because if we just do a purple by itself, what does it say? It says 10? Okay, I don't know where the 2 is coming from, but at least we know that's what's throwing it off. Okay, now if I do one of these that has a line full... There's like a little bit more bonus at the bottom here. The more traits that it has. So 110. So this the difference here. It goes from 25 to 80, which is an increase of 25. Then it goes from 80 to 110, which is an increase of 30. So they alternate. Dude, these KMMOs are just so strange sometimes. Okay, so the trait goes...
Human items are fascinating.
Line 1 goes 10, 25, 30, 25. Line 2 goes 25, 30, 25, 30. And line 3 also goes 25, 30, 25, 30. Good to know. That's so weird. Is it from Blessing? No, I don't... guess it could be. There's 160 Blessing on this one. There's 0 Blessing on this one. That's the wrong one. No, there's 80 Blessing on this one. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it is from Blessing. Hold on, I'm gonna tell Don not to run events, or not to run dungeons today. Yo.
Even increase your storage size.
You not saving your tokens for tomorrow? Saving anything. We got an event tomorrow. I don't know. It said you get event currency for opening chests and for doing contracts, so. Alright, we'll go without me. I'm gonna hold on to mine. Nah. Better to trait the blues before dissolving now? It's always been better to trait them before dissolving. Yeah, if you're going to dissolve, you always wanted to trait them first. I'm just trying to figure out the exact formula to this, because I was just kind of filling them up most of the way and then like dissolving them when I needed space. But now that I know that the way this works, I'm probably going to do it a little bit differently. This is so weird, because it almost makes more sense then to do 3 on line 1, 2 on line 2, and 2 on line 3, and not fill in those last traits. You guys see what I'm getting at? Because it actually goes down on the blue. It goes down on that 3rd slot, and then it goes back up again on the 4th. But only the purples have a 4th bar. The blues don't have a 4th bar. So if I put another health regen on these gauntlets, that's worth 30.
Increase your storage size.
And then another health regen on top of that is only worth 25. So I'm almost better off saving that 3rd bar for a new item so that I can just get 25 from there and get to that 30 faster. Which is like a really tedious thing to min-max. So I'm probably not going to worry about it that much, but at the same time, we do need like 10,000 magic powders, so... How big of a difference would it be per item if I got autistic about this? If we take... Because we need the unlock item too. I think that's what makes the difference here. The fact that the first trait unlock is only worth 10. Like, or not even unlock, but just the first trait that comes on the item is only worth 10. That probably means that it's worth filling this up completely, because in order to get to that 30 quicker, we'd have to do that on a new item. And on that new item, we would essentially be losing 15 powder, going from 25 to 10 on the first bar. So it would kind of wash out. All right, so we'll keep filling these up. But what a bizarre system. It's actually more efficient to leave the first slot blank. So the first... Depends on what you mean by the first slot. But no, I think the best way to do it is still to fill the item up completely. Then again, I'm thinking about this in terms of like just that one. Yeah, because it would only be bars 2 and 3 that this would apply to. Because the first bar, it goes 10, 25, 30. The second bar goes 25, 30, 25. So you lose 10 powder. But then when you start a new item, you lose 15 powder. So, yeah, we still want to fill them up. We want to fill them up all the way. For solo dungeon farming, which from your 2 spear build to choose? For solo dungeon farming, it doesn't matter what gear you use. With spear, you can pull like 20 mobs and blow them all up instantly. Your gear, you could probably do it naked. It's very, very, very strong for mob farming. You don't need any specific build for that. Since the remaining 3 slots are always +2, +30 versus 2, 25, and +30. Which base dungeon should I token grind in, which is best for blessing stacking? Abominations on Silius 6F is going to be probably the best overall for blessing stacking. But it depends on which slot you're going after. But as far as like overall benefit across the maximum number of slots, Abominations on 6F, you can't really go wrong with those. You show us again your stash. My friend don't trust when I see you're more prepared than him. I felt prepared until I started actually doing the math. Now I don't feel prepared at all. I think I'm good on crystals, and I'm okay on ores. We have a lot more time to keep accumulating these. The powder is very scary, though. Having to spend... Is it 2 powder for everything, or just for weapons? Maybe that's where... Because I don't remember being, like, this cooked on powder when we played Korea. It was always the crystals that were a problem. Let me see. Maybe the weapons require 2 powder. Okay. That's right, that's right. So the armor and accessory stones only require 1 powder. Okay, so that's not as bad as I thought, then. That is not that bad. I'm like, man, I don't remember having to spend this much powder. Yeah, accessories are 1. So it's just the weapon stones that are going to be 2 powder. Okay. Okay. That makes me a lot less worried, then. So then, 3,000 powder. Still not going to be enough. We probably need around 5K in total. Because the weapon will need like 1,500 for both weapons. And then we're going to need like 3.5K, 4K maybe, for armor and accessories combined. Maybe 4K. I think we need like 5.5K powder. So I'm at 3K right now. Assuming T2 is in like a month. We'll be able to get another... Let's see, what do we get from contracts every day? Not that many. Not that many, right? Basically get like 10 purple powder a day from contracts. I think it's 5 blue per contract, right? So that's only like 300 more powder from contracts, assuming that, you know, assuming this is like a month away. We don't really know. What about from dungeons? How much are we getting from dungeons? None. Dungeons don't give no powder. It's just ores. Just gears and ores. I don't know if there's really a good way to calculate how much we're getting from Abyssal Grind. I think we just have to like go burn 10k tokens and see. Most of it's going to come from dissolving. I think most of it's going to come from dissolving. You're not planning to feed your items into T2? No, I am. Yeah, that's considering transferring. If we weren't transferring, then I would need like another 20%, 30% on top of that. How many unlock stones? Really depends. It depends on how... Depends on a lot of things. Depends on the market, but I would say bare minimum, you're probably going to want like 1,500 at the upper end, 3,000s. If you were going to unlock, if you were going to unlock every single trait on every single item, I mean that would be 100 stones. That would be 300 stones per armor and accessory. So that right there is already 3,300 stones. And then if you add weapons on top of that, that's 4.5k unlock stones. But realistically, you're not going to use unlock stones on every single trait on every single item. That would be... I don't think that's going to be feasible. But you're probably going to spend somewhere between 1,500 and 2,500, if I had to guess. You are 100% over-calculating? Well, you can't just say that. You have to show the numbers if you're going to say that. Just started playing the game over the weekend and can't put it down. Nice, Zach. Glad you're enjoying it, man. Any idea on how many parchment you need for maxing most of your skills, like a number? No. I mean, we could figure out the math, but off the top of my head, I have no idea. I can tell you that just going from 4 to 5 is like 30 bucks. It's 7 per attempt, and usually it takes like four clicks to get this thing around. You could get lucky and do it in 3, but yeah, I mean, you're looking at like 20 or 30 books just to get one skill from 4 to 5. So in total, it's a lot. But most of it comes at the very end. You can get it from like 0 to purple 1 for less than what it costs to go from purple 4 to purple 5. What do you do with purple with good traits? If it's worth selling, I sell it. And if not, it's probably getting dissolved at this point. Now that I know how much powder I need, it's probably getting dissolved. I was throwing some stuff in storage or using it for blessing stacking. I think what I'm going to do, because I get so many boots from grinding abominations. I think between Ascended Guardian shoes and Shock Commander boots, I can probably scrape together another like 2K purple powder. And then I'll probably do some blues on top of that too. These gloves from Sanctum, these are really easy to farm. That's, you know, what is that? Not that much, actually. It's like 45. So this fully filled up will be over 300. We'll get 25 for that top bar, and then we'll get 30 for that bottom bar. So yeah, that'll be like 305, depending, because there's a little bit of like bonus that's spilling over, or that might be from blessing, I don't know. But yeah, some of these pieces I was using for blessing stacking, so I might have to rethink that. Maybe this one, I'll probably keep blessing stacking on this one, because it already has 160. This one only has 80. I'll probably just delete that. I'll probably just turn this into powder, and then start using the rest of these for powder. There's so many boots. Like, boots I feel like are by far the most common purple that we get from Abyssal Grind. We could use Swirling Essence Shoes. We could use Gilded Raven. All these are Abyssal drops. So these are all decent options. It just depends on like which item we happen to get lucky with. But Shock Commander and Ascended Guardians, these are basically guaranteed to be good options because I do so much 6F grind, and they both drop from that spot. So
You can do it better. Cheer up.
I'll probably just keep focusing on that because I mean it's working. And then as far as weapon, these give twice as much. So it's possible that it's worth like slapping a bunch of sacred manuscripts together, although I really wanted to use those for blessing instead of powder. Because I'm going to have multiple weapons that I want to level. I'm probably not going to just do 2 weapons. I'm probably going to have at least 1 greatsword, 1 dagger, and 1 spear at bare minimum. I need to think about it. Ring is another one, potentially. I'm getting a lot of blessing just throwing Imperial rings into an Amber Dimensional Band. I think that this could be enough to cover the blessing that I need for T2, which means all these other pieces. These Eldritch Ice Bands are mainly just from Transmutation. So, could potentially use these for powder as well. If I'm not mistaken, you said you need 1,500 powder for each weapon? No, for both weapons. 1,500 total. It's going to be like 350 stones per weapon. That might be a little high, but it's going to be close to that. It's going to be about 350 per weapon. Maybe, I don't know, it could be as high as like 380. It depends on RNG, and it depends on how much. It depends on how much progress transferring at high levels gets you. So I'm assuming right now that the T1 transfer is going to be enough to cover at least 11 to 12, but it might be closer to like 10.5 to 12. I don't actually know. I haven't logged into Korea to check, but it's going to be somewhere in that range. Revik, did you try doing any plus 12 transfers? Still pretty decent, though. Did you try transferring a T1 into a T2 to see how much progress you get? No, just levels. Like, because I'm trying to figure out if we do we transfer at 11? Do we transfer at 10.5? Do we transfer at like 9.5? Like, what would be the cutoff? Yeah, I don't think I do either. You have accessory stones in your screenshot. Oh, you got 226. You got 226? Yeah, that's no, probably not. Yeah. We're also looking at the blue scrolls. It looks like a 2-to-1. It's a 2-to-1 exchange, right? Not 1-to-1, because you get 5 for dissolving a blue scroll, and then you spend 10 to craft. Oh, you said 1-to-1 in your DM. So this Crimson Mantle. Okay. It's weird though that the T1 and the T2 scrolls cost the same amount of seals. Do you think we're gonna get that? That's weird. So right now in Korea, 10 of these will make you a Silius Abyss scroll, or 10 of these will make you a Talandre scroll. That's really weird that it's the same cost. I'm suspicious that that will change for us, but yeah, because there's been a debate about whether or not you should be dissolving your blue scrolls. And I'm still on the fence. Why the purple powder? You need powder, polished crystal, and ore to make growth stones. And so we're figuring out how many growth stones we need. This is not the right guy. We're figuring out how many of these we need. You're going to need, like, some insane number. Like, just armor stones alone. You're going to need, like, I don't know, 4,000? Maybe not quite that much. You're going to need, it's in the thousands, though, for sure. Good thing I saved 240 scrolls already. You guys who save scrolls already are crazy. Have you not been buying your ink and your extraction stones? Get different blessing pouches? What are we doing now? Okay, I'll do that. How many growth stones do you think we're going to need from +6 to +12? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure. I don't think going from 0 to +6 is the play with your transfer. I think you're going to end up saving Solent if you level up your item to like 10.5 and then transfer. But I'm trying to confirm that. I don't have anyone with a Korean character who can confirm that. Because we all played Hyper Boosts and then transferred. And when you transfer from Hyper Boost to regular, all your shit gets deleted. So we don't have like stones that we can use. Interesting. Yeah, so here, I'll show you what I'm basing this off of. So right now, you can transfer a fully stacked blue into a purple, and it'll take you either from 0 to 6, or it'll take you from 7.3 to 9. Okay, so if we follow a similar pattern here, I don't think it's going to be 10.3, but if it's like, you know, if it takes you from like 10.8 to 12, if you can think of it this way, if as long as it's enough to at least cover 11 to 12, then we can just use this here on TL Codex to figure out how much that's going to save, right? So, okay, materials from 0 to 6. 84 stones, 200k Solent. Now we go here. I don't know why this breaks so much. Okay, so growth materials level 12. So this means, I assume this means just 11 to 12. I think that makes sense. Just from 11 to 12, we would save 72 stones and 1 mil Solent. So the stones are about the same, but that's 5 times more Solent that we're saving. So I'm going to have to refresh this every time, seriously. It's annoying. But yeah, so 84 stones, 200k. And then, am I doing something wrong here? And then just from 11 to 12, it says 72 stones, 1 mil Solent. So as long as we can cover at least 11 to 12, we'll save a massive amount of Solent. The stones I'm not so sure about, though. It really depends like how far into level 10. I mean, as long as it saves you 1 click on level 10, that should be enough to cover the difference between this 72 and this 84. There's a 12 stone difference, which is basically what, like, at this level, that's like, it's like less than 1 click, isn't it? So this is, yeah, okay, so this is the total to go from 0 to 1, is what it's saying right here. And then this is to go from 1 to 2, and then this is good to go from 0 to 2. I think that's what it's saying. And I'll probably double check all this math later. I'm gonna get all the rates for each level and throw them into a spreadsheet just to double check this math. But it looks, at a glance, it looks right, or at least like close enough. So, yeah, so we would be saving this level right here. And I mean, that's going to be across every single piece of gear. So that's going to add up. But yeah, the totals are pretty gnarly. I mean, the realistic total is going to be more like this. Because, you know, like I said, we're going to be saving at least 11 to 12. So the realistic total is something like this. You could get unlucky. Look at the maximum. 786. You just hit common every single click. And you spend 800 stones on 1 piece of gear. That's an uninstall. But the nice thing about this is you're going to be clicking this so many times across so many pieces of gear that it is bound to average out. I mean, it's going to be really hard to get that unlucky. Like, you're going to be hitting some 10s and 20% across hundreds of clicks. It should average out. Hopefully. It doesn't figure unlucky clicks? Well, that's why they have the minimum, the maximum, and the average, right? That's what this says right here. Did they say when we're getting the increased skill levels? No, I haven't seen anything about that. I don't think Korea's increased skill levels yet, have they? Using the average weapon stones, these numbers, I'm getting magic powder 5k, precious crystal 4k, precious stalin ore 2000, Rubik's 648, emerald ore 1710. That sounds right to me, Tint. Yeah, I think that's in the neighborhood. If you have a character in Korea server, I do, but it got hacked. So I don't know if I can still access it. I don't have the Korean version installed on my new PC. And if I do install it, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to log in. I've seen you fail 98%. Yeah, but that's like a one-time, like, you know. It's not like you're going to fail 98% 100 times in a row. Probably. Should we be accepting polished crystal or ores from contract? Definitely ores. Yeah, definitely ores. You should be going after the pouches as your first priority. You should be going after any T2 or T3 contracts as your second priority. And then your third priority should be yellow or green ores. Probably. I think there's an argument for red ores now as well. Especially if you're going to be leveling up multiple different weapon types. I've been ignoring the red ores quite a bit. So let's see how many I have. Because, I mean, you're going to be looting ores from your abyssal dungeons and stuff. You have 2 weapons that you need to upgrade. And then you have 5 accessories. And you have 6 pieces of armor. Right? So in terms of ore, you need a lot more. Yeah, it's only 1 ore, 1 crystal. It's the powder that doubles up there. So... yeah, so you need a lot more of the yellow and green ore, but it also gives you a lot more. It gives you 7 yellow and 6 green versus only 3 red. So I've been only taking red when green and yellow are not available. And actually looking at it here is not the... I should go back because it'll do the total for me if I just look over here. Let me go back over there. Okay, so 529 that I can make, and then 258 that I already have. So for 2 weapons, I feel like I'm already good to go here. Because I'm probably going to need about 350 per. Which means I need like 700, maybe 800 if we go on the unlucky side. Let's say I need 800 each. I mean, I'm almost there. This is like, if I add these 2 together right now, I'm almost there. So now if we look at armor, that's 1700s. Okay, it's not bad either, honestly. Like, this is... see, but the thing is, I've been prioritizing these. I have not been prioritizing the red ones. So, like, this might just be a product of the fact that I've been actually making it a priority. Because you need, if you think about it, you're getting 3 red, and you have 2 items to upgrade. So that's like 1.5 ores per item. With armor, you're getting 7, but you have 6 armors that you need to upgrade. So that's only like 1.2 per item, right? Like, you're getting a lot less. As far as the contract reward goes, like, you're going to need to get more yellows overall than reds. You're going to need to take more yellow missions than red missions at some points, is like one way of looking at it. So I've been doing that. I've been prioritizing yellow super hard, and I've got about 3k potential yellow ores that I can have. So if we need, you know, again, like erring on the side of unlucky, if we need 400 per armor, then I have plenty. Yeah, that's only 2,400. So I'm super good. I'm super good on yellows. And then that means we can just use the rest for material transmutation, which is also super valuable.
Is there something? This my cooking really?
What? You guys can start without me.
Hey now, do you need any welcome in.
And then let's see, for accessories. Yeah, I'm pretty much good here. So we would need like 2K. I have a little bit more than that. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to start prioritizing red a little bit more. That's what it looks like. I only take the red ones when a yellow or a green is not there. So I'm gonna probably have to spend like 2 weeks and just take a bunch of red ones. We need an ore conversion system. Well, so the other reason, like, the reason I prioritize yellow and green to begin with wasn't even because of T2, it was because of material transmutation. So all of those ores are worth the same amount when you transmute them. So when you're getting 7 yellow ores instead of 3 reds, you're literally getting like more than twice as much value for transmutation. And if they allow us to transmute for T2 gear, which I don't see why they won't, because they're getting us all the T2 gear at once. So you probably will be able to do transmutation as soon as Talandre drops. So if I have like, you know, an extra 2,000 ore sitting there waiting to get transmuted, that's some pretty good gamble. It only takes like 180 stones or something, I think, to... We can check to get to tier 3. I don't know how... Tier 5 would be a lot more, though. We'd want to push probably all the way to tier 5 when we're gambling for Talandra gear. I have to pay attention here. I want to check and see how much. Yellow, blue, teal, red, green. I always get the first one. Okay, so this is almost empty. So if we were to max this out with just yellow, it's okay. It's like close to 300. So it's probably going to be 500 to go all the way to like the top end tier 2 gamble. So if I have an extra 2,000 stones, that's like 4 gambles. It's not amazing. It's not amazing because... See, but the thing is... It also depends on if we get trait resonance or not. They haven't said anything to us about trait resonance. Because as soon as trait resonance gets added to the game, then those transmutations are suddenly like super, super important. Because you're not just gambling for gear. You're getting trait resonance fragments, which you have to have. Like, that's basically the only way of getting them. And that's a ton of extra stats. So, like, do they suddenly give us trait resonance and T2 in the same patch? Is that the plan? I don't know, dude. That would be a lot. That would be a lot to release all at once. It's already going to be a lot. Level 55 and plus 12. 3-star dungeons, like all that stuff in one patch is already going to be so much. Are they really going to just like throw trait resonance on top of that? Oh, you know what, though? I was thinking of 2k extra purple stones. For transmutation, it's actually the blue one. So, yeah, no, that wouldn't be 4 gambles. That would be like 20 gambles. See, now that sounds pretty good. Yeah, that sounds... 20 gambles is a lot. That is a lot. Did I grind my solent? I just always run abyssal. I always run solent food when I'm grinding abyssals. And then probably like 200 mil of it is from Siege. I don't remember how much we got from Siege. We've won multiple sieges, so that's a lot of solent. Especially the first siege was a lot of solent. I don't need to kill those. How big of an upgrade is T2 gear? It's massive. Yeah, you're going to swap all your T1 gear to T2 gear eventually. Going to use all that Lucent and gouge yourself on traits as soon as you get a gear drop. I'm going to sell everything. Yeah, I'm going to sell everything and make this go up even higher. And then I'm never going to spend any of it. It's just going to sit there and look pretty. You can't jump while chained? That's crazy. I never tried to do that until now. Blue, green, red, teal. They need to get rid of teal. It's too close to green and blue. I don't like it. I'm getting greedy. Also, my Guardian didn't cast. What did my Guardian cast? Good heal there. Don almost took himself out. Okay, now we can Guardian. We might get this in one cycle. Okay, I could have played that a little less sloppy. Getting some fat death blows. GG, boys. Good run. 8 minutes. That's what we like to see. Can wait for that patch to break the game. Well, luckily, it's already been in Korea for a long time, so most of the most of the big bugs are probably sorted out over there first before they get their way to us. $11 and $12 will probably be the average. I think it's safe to assume we won't get a better transfer rate than 10.5. Yeah, I think you're right. I think 10.5 is optimistic. It might even be like 10.8. But it makes sense that it would at least be enough to cover level 11. Do I? Bro, I don't have time to read that. If he was a real fan, he'd be typing it in my Twitch chat. Sorry, someone's talking to me in party chat, apparently. Does bro play on a standing desk, or is it just the angle? No, dude, I'm just tall as fuck. I got you on my second monitor. No, I'm literally 6'8". Just like Dr. Disrespect. This is what I look like sitting down. What were we talking about? You already passed 69, 420. Can't get any prettier. We could do 420, 420. First mini boss at the very start of the dungeon, they drop blue, purple crystal. Oh, you guys talking about farming polished crystals? No, don't do that. Just buy them from your guild merchant. You'll get enough. You'll get enough. Magic powder is the one to worry about, I think. If you're smart about your contracts, that'll cover the ore. And if you buy this out every day, that'll cover your crystal. Buy these purples and the blues if you need them. I'm good, so I'm just buying the purples. These take up a little more space. Well, I guess you could convert them, but it's whatever. It's the same ratio, so you could buy either or both. But yeah, you can buy these from your guild merchant. There's not a lot of stuff to spend your guild coins on, so like I would buy these every day if you think you need them. And then the magic powder is the one you're gonna want to grind. I wouldn't grind polished crystal. You'll be all right. Are we getting double chest tier 1 today? No, we are getting that on February 13th, which is also the day that the event that we're about to have, that event shop closes on the 13th. So it certainly seems like something big is going to happen on the 13th. Doesn't it seem that way, boys? Oh, we're dead. Someone just lit up Cheeky. This is over. I don't have enough single target for this. We're very dead. That's all I'm doing. Straight single target. Oh, okay. That made me nervous for a second. I thought it was over. Damn, 203, bro. That's a new world record. Carmine requires me to look at my screen too much. Can't read chat. Red, teal, green, purple, blue. Yeah, you're good. Do you usually shock right off the rip, Rivik? Purple, teal, yellow, red, blue. Why this game has the most ungrateful community? Two reasons. It's an MMO, and MMO players are very grumpy because they don't go outside and they don't get any sunlight. And that messes with their hormones and their mood. Also, they don't sleep. And then the second reason is that it's a PvP game. And PvPers were all bullied throughout middle school and high school. Most of them have never touched a woman before. And all of their identity and their self-worth is wrapped up in the outcome of their PvP battles. And so that also affects their mood, because things don't always go their way. So you combine those two things together, and PvP MMOs tend to be more or less the worst of the worst. What am I doing to prep for T2? A lot more dissolving. Yeah, that's kind of what we concluded today. I've already been buying polished crystals from the guild merchant every day, so I'm pretty good on polished crystals. I've been focusing on ore from the contract merchant. So I've got a good amount of ores, although I might need some more weapon ores. And so for me, the biggest bottleneck is magic powder, which means I need to do less transmutation with my extra gear and more dissolving. I've also stopped doing Abyssal Grind with the Mastery bonus food. I was trying to push my spear to 19, and I've pretty much stopped caring about that. We're going to go back to using Solent food instead, because Solent is about to become really, really important. Oh, I wanted to one-cycle him. Have we ever one-cycled that guy? 2%. Not even using food. Not even using real stellarite. League of Legends is the worst of the worst. I haven't played League in a while. League is not an MMO, but people play it sometimes as if it were. They play it for 12 hours a day. So, yeah, probably a lot of the same outcomes. I remember when Blizzard made their League clone, and they were like, yeah, we're just not going to let you chat with the other team. We're just going to turn it off. You can talk to your own teammates if you're nice, but you can't even talk to the other team. We just disabled it. I think I'm third. Real money's kind of involved. Yeah, no, that does have an impact. The real money thing just, it makes people grumpier towards the devs inherently. And I mean, with good reason. Teal, green, blue, red. Teal, green, blue, red. I feel like if a company is going to make an MMO that's pay to win, they kind of deserve to have less goodwill from their player base. So, I don't know. That sort of is what it is. I don't even think you can necessarily put that on the player. Nice. Broad didn't even hit me. I feel like we're a little slow this time. Not get as many heavies. Oh, we got him. We got him. Easy fight. 831. What was the last one? 834? Where have I been? I don't know. Working on YouTube guides that are probably going to be made obsolete on Thursday. Waiting for an announcement like everyone else. If we keep playing MMOs, will our hair fall out? No, I mean, maybe. If you get like really stressed and worried about things, that it might. But no, the main thing that causes your hair to fall out is actually high testosterone. So that's usually not a problem for MMO players. Usually with MMO players, it's actually the opposite. It's funny how people find a way to be toxic even with no chat. Oh yeah, for sure. Of course they do. We did a weapon upgrade with cannon. It took 300k solent over 500 growth stones to take T2 daggers from 1 to 12. Yeah, you won't be going from 1 to 12, though. You gotta keep that in mind. Nobody's gonna be going from 1 to 12 or 0 to 12. You're gonna be transferring an item in. So 300k solent seems very cheap, though. You sure it was only 300k? 500 growth stones is about right. It's a little unlucky, but that's in the neighborhood of 0 to 12. 300k solent seems low. You guys kicked my fan? Damn. Yeah, I thought I thought we were doing sub runs. Genetics? Genetics don't control as much as you think they do. Everyone thinks everything is the result of genetics. Your genome is like 800 lines of code. It's not that complicated. It's not determining as much as you think it does. The environment is big. Environment plays a big role. And your mind. Did you guys know that if you imagine yourself lifting weights, your muscles will grow? Obviously, if you actually lift weights, they grow a lot faster and a lot bigger. But they've done studies. You can look this up. I know I make up a lot of shit on the stream, but you can look this one up. You can verify this is true. They've done studies where people literally just visualize themselves lifting weights. They don't actually work out at all, and their muscles get larger. Can't blame that on genetics.
We can't let humans run amok on the island. Don't worry. Humans will never make it look all boring.
So I do gym at home? Yeah, just so when you're playing, when you're doing your dungeons in Throne, just daydream about working out the whole time. You'll get shredded. Also eat less Cheetos, that'll help too. You having small height is not genetics? I mean, it's definitely affected by genetics. But was your exact height predetermined from like the moment that your genome was settled? Probably not. Things like nutrition and environmental factors, things we don't fully understand, epigenetics, gene memory, like we don't really know where gene memory is stored. Greedy. It's not stored in your DNA. It's not just as simple as like, oh, we can find this in your genome. There's all sorts of theories about where it is. Some people think it's mRNA. Some people have like, think your mitochondria has memory. No one really knows. If you're interested in this stuff, I recommend a microbiologist named Michael Levin. His stuff is really, really interesting on this topic. If we kill this one too fast, we're gonna die. Okay, should be good. Who said this? Red, green, blue, yellow, teal. Posture while sitting helps your core. There used to be this meme about stretching every day would make you taller. And it sounds fake, but now I wonder. I mean, we don't know like what sort of subtle signaling your body is able to pick up on, you know? It's probably not going to make you a lot taller, but it's possible that by stretching, your muscles react to that, and you gain like half an inch or something over time. You know what I mean? Or it might just counteract the shrinking that you do from sitting at a desk all day. Might work as a countermeasure towards that. Our brain's so powerful you can lose weight just by being smart or using your brain too much. Yeah, that's how I stay skinny. Just from my brain burning all those calories. It's like a really high-powered GPU that takes a lot of electricity. Same concept. It's my brain burning all those calories, keeping me skinny from thinking a lot. You guys should try it. Try thinking more. Or just try actual exercise. That might be more direct. I don't think I'm getting off this platform. Gravity's so heavy. Are you guys gonna go to the moon? I heard that we're going to the moon. I don't think I want to go. I don't think I want to go. Or not the moon, sorry. Mars. We're going to Mars. I feel like Mars is gonna suck for a while, dude. I don't think you want to be one of the first people going. Being 5'1" is unfair. Life's so different. 5'1" is a disadvantage, to be sure. Did they get the thing already? Well, I wasn't paying attention. Did you guys get the thing? I think the trick to being 5'1" is probably to find a girl who's like 4'10". I think that could work. I know a guy who's 5'1" who ended up getting like a super cute, short wife, but he was also a lawyer. I think that helped too. Yikes. Green, red, teal, blue. Nah, that's a minus 50 DKP. No Tevin. Well, not one cycling in this time. After I do this dungeon like 2 or 3 times, I feel like my brain just shuts off. I like react to all his mechanics slower. Kind of just... I like stop sequencing my skills properly. I stop stepping out when he does the spin. I just can't like care enough to keep doing it right. Until we start wiping. If we start wiping, then my brain turns back on. Alright. It's a very rhythmic boss fight. It is. Leave me alone. I didn't deserve this. Everybody's trolling this run. Blue, teal, red, green. Blue, teal, red, green. Nope, that's wrong. Are we wiping? Poppin' Guardian. You didn't block? What do you mean y'all wiped? In Discord, Don goes, y'all wiped? I'm telling you, man, these guys die on purpose so they can go AFK. Did we not get a... Oh, okay. Focus up, team. Blue, teal, red, green. Blue, teal, red, green. Second charge. Third charge. Now we can go. I greeted. I had some pretty juicy guillotines. That was a good wall. Alright, we guarding? I don't either. By we, I mean you guys. I mean, we're down a couple Guardians, but I think it's still possible. He is in the wall, so we get to damage him while he's charging. Uh-oh, he's kind of getting out. That was totally okay. Easy kill. I'm looking forward to the 300 rune storage. Like, my rune inventory is probably already about to fill up, even though we've barely done any runs. Pretty sure if we cut seed oil and sugar in America, we'll see an uptick of less obesity. Well, seed oil, probably in the next few years. Sugar is going to be a whole different thing, though. I don't know if we ever just cut sugar. I mean, people like sugar a lot. The best exercise is ahem. I hate that dungeon. I enjoy torture of screams more. Okay. That's a take. Anyone else have torture as their favorite dungeon? I actually do like torture a lot. I think people just don't like pugging it. It's fine now though. I think it's better now. SMA trimming. Dude, we had 2 people die to the axe. 1 person died to the, like, not knowing the right color. That was quite the wipe. What's your HP? When my character is there and I run through the fire pool, it takes 1/3 of my HP. I have 19k health on the PvE builds. Magic defense is 1450. I don't know if it's magic damage. I feel like the fire is magic damage, but who knows? He does say, "I'll kill you." Yeah, he's not happy at the end when you defeat him. 8.5 minutes up to 13 after kicking your fan. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, we almost doubled our clear time. In Europe, it's split, but not as heavily used per gram like in the US. Yeah, I think in the US we have other poisons in our food that we're kind of like just now catching on to. I think the seed oils are just the tip of the iceberg. Because even things like bread. You go to Italy and like everyone's eating bread and pasta and they're not nearly as fat. And you can say like, okay, it's because they walk more. Is it though? Like, no, they're not like walking 20 miles a day. Like, what are we talking about here? There's something else going on. I cannot help myself. Every time I run in here, I start attacking. I just brain off. Are they hitting it because I hit it? Okay, good. I almost killed us. I've wiped the group many, many times here. Almost every time, really. Like, more than half for sure. Ooh. I need rings. I don't even want to be doing Carmine right now. Think sugar is in the food you pick, or do you eat bugs of white sugar? Well, in the United States, they just put sugar in everything. Like, even in food that shouldn't have it, they just add it. I didn't pay any attention. I think I'm over here. Green, red, teal, blue, purple. In Italy, they eat 4-course meals too. I visited for a bit. Yeah, that's what I know. Some people who have visited, and same thing with like food allergies. Like, you eat the bread here, and you're all like bloated and sick, and then you go over there and you eat bread, and you like it's not that big of a deal. People feel fine. Like, or people that have like gluten sensitivity, they eat the bread in Italy, and they like it's fine. There's like not as much gluten in it or something. It's I don't know, dude. There's something going on. It's not just the sugar. Most of what Americans call sugar is either corn syrup or beet sugar. Yeah, and corn syrup is like, especially high fructose corn syrup. It's like a special kind of sugar. Special kind of sweetener. It's like giga sugar. And they don't have to use it. Like, there's other stuff that they could use to sweeten things, but we just don't care at all if we eat poison out here. Didn't get my stacks. DPS is slipping. Everyone's falling asleep. We've been doing these runs too much. I feel it. What's up, Mr. Sins? Glyphosate from many pesticides in American wheat. Yeah. Glyphosate's a big one. I don't even think it's just glyphosate, though. I think that the next 10 years are going to be just a non-stop, like, discovering of new shit every year that's poisoning our food. And we're just going to be like, what? That was in there the whole time? That's crazy, bro. I didn't know that made you sick. Raids remind me a lot of Guild Wars too. I like these dungeons a lot. I just don't like doing them 50 times a week. At least after tomorrow, we'll get to burn T2 chests in here, which will kind of reduce the daily chores, but I don't know, dude. It feels so small at this point. It feels like so small of a change. They really needed to address the rune grind more directly. I'm too slow here. Dash. Teal, red, green, blue. I just want to get my guillotine off. I'm too slow though. I should have Guardian too. We'll have to Guardian after the next charge cycle. Okay, now we can Guardian. Push harder. We're not gonna make it. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Could be better. Not bad. What game is this? This is Roblox 2. The long-awaited sequel to the award-winning Roblox 1, which was originally released by Blizzard in 1985. I need to clean these up. I think I have to keep that one. Oh, I have to keep that one too. Can't dodge this. You can dodge it though. You can in fact dodge it. Is this BDO? No, this is like if BDO had tab targeting combat from 1999 and like way more PvP, but also a lot less grinding. Bro, these pile up so fast. Skill damage 56. That needs to go up, dude. I'm tired of that being at 56. I've gotten so many of those at 56. Actually, I might do that. I'm really annoyed that magic heavy attack is 60 and melee is only 50. It's such a huge gap for the same stat. Sorry, I'm fixing my runes real quick. Okay, yeah, maxed out magic evasion for that, and then 59 on that. Melee heavy attack. Okay, this is regular heavy attack, so that is action upgrades. I think I can cook the rest of these. Actually, hold on. Let me save. Belt can't get evasion, right? Yeah, okay. So I need that. We can cook the rest of those. I feel like there was one other one I needed to save. Maybe not. Ring. No, ring is fine. Why do I even have this at 52? Did I just loot a 52? Crit? That shouldn't be possible. I don't know. I'm coming. Hear about Blade and Soul being re-released? Yeah, I was never a big Blade and Soul 1 player, so it doesn't mean a whole lot to me. People seem excited about it. I don't know if it's really gonna be my jam. Yellow, blue, teal, red, green. Are you guys excited about it? Do you think it's gonna make a big comeback? The vibe I've been getting is that people are gonna like play it for 3 weeks and then it's gonna go away. I'm not hearing from a lot of people that they think it's gonna have much staying power. I think the combat looks nice, but I mean, there's lots of MMOs right now where the combat looks nice, but the rest of the game is kind of mid. Means are getting high, that's great. What's crazy though is that like the fact that they're not done by now, dude, I've done this so much. Like, I can't imagine your average casual player trying to do this grind. It's so long and miserable. It's not even the long that bothers me. I'm okay with really long grind, but this grind in particular has been one of the most tedious, repetitive grinds I've ever had to do in a game. And like, the fact that some of my runes are still not maxed, or not even close to max. Like, 56 sounds close, but realistically, I could loot another 5 56s in a row and not get a level up. You know what I mean? So, it could actually not be close to 60 at all. It just... We're ready for some new content. Keep getting duplicate runes at the same level? Yeah, exactly, Mogram. Exactly. How'd you get that many Chaos runes? Lucky? Oh, that's definitely not luck. I only have 3. It's a 1 in 12 chance, and I guarantee you I've done more than 36 of these. So it's not that lucky. I don't know why I was waiting there. Also, the runes themselves are all trash, so that's not very lucky either. One of them was almost good. I got a melee heavy attack chaos rune, but it's minus skill damage resistance, which is like the worst possible minus you can get. So I was looking at that one like, man, can I justify equipping that? Probably not. How many hours do I have playing TNL? I don't know. We could check Steam. The problem is I stand AFK in town for like 5 hours a day, so Steam would be exaggerated. But, I mean, on days I stream, I play the game for like 6 hours. And then I play a little bit. I still show up to like bosses, like conflict bosses and stuff, even after. So on days I stream, I probably play for like 6 or 7 hours. On days I don't stream, I probably play the game for like 2 or 3 hours. But I pretty much play it every day, so it's quite a lot. Battle crypts at nighttime, or doing like Dark Destroyer, like less than half of that is actual grind, I would say. Especially before runes came out. Before runes came out, I feel like I hardly ever grinded in this game. Okay, I don't know what to do. I'm freaking out. I didn't get the axe. Why am I not chained? Alright, I'm just gonna pretend like I got chained. Yeah, I got it. Alright, who wants this? Free axe. Okay, teal, blue, green, red. Don't throw that. I wonder what causes that chain mechanic to bug out like that. 2 and 3. And hopefully no one has aggro. Okay, someone has aggro. Dude, before runes, I think I grinded in this game like an hour a day. It was so chill. I did a few dungeon runs, and then the rest of the time, it was just like PvP, messing around. That was my bad. I should have used my stamina better. Oh my goodness, Don. Okay. Now he's just cheating. We'll see what happens here. He's kind of bugging. Me second. Oh, who died on me? What was that? The axe exploded. We didn't pass it enough, I guess? I did not die to damage. What damage? How are people failing color mechanic in current year, dude? That's crazy. That's probably why. I mean, they have the healer. Like, technically, all you need to kill this guy is a healer. They're gonna need to strafe instead of roll dodge some of these to have stamina. Okay, maybe. 18% to go. How's State of Throne? Kelt, it's okay right now. Everyone's kind of waiting for announcements regarding the next update, like when the next big batch of content is gonna come. So I think people are kind of dropping off a little bit currently, taking a break, playing other games. And they'll probably come back once we have the new update. But the smaller patches that they're putting out are still pretty solid. I mean, they're doing a good job of listening to feedback on most things. I think we still need some pretty significant overhauls to things like targeting, but they're at least starting to acknowledge some of those things. They talked about it in the video that Tico put up this week. Talked about targeting and character movement and clunkiness, melee range. Talked about all those things. So, ideally, there's some pretty S-tier updates on the way. We'll see if they actually pull it off. I don't know if Homeboy's gonna make it. Yeah. Doing that with only 2 people might actually be impossible. You pick a few weeklies and open seasonal reward boxes after you get most of 40, and you'll be at 50s on everything. Going from 40 to 50 just from weeklies? I mean, the weekly box is 150 runes. Only 30% of those are blue. That's a lot of weeks. I mean, eventually, yeah. I do think the stat difference between 40 and 60 is pretty big, though. Even between 50 and 60 is pretty big. Some of these runes, like skill damage resist at 56, it's whatever. Like I can If it stays at 56 instead of 60, it's, you know, not a huge difference in stats. I can live with that, but I just think overall the grind of getting your runes up is really unsatisfying and repetitive, and I don't think anyone really likes doing it. Okay, that's me being but not paying attention. Green, blue, teal, red. I try to go for it every time, and every time I'm not able to get that guillotine off. I don't know why I haven't learned. Okay, now we're Guardian. Guardian? Oh, I don't have my Guardian, just kidding. Burned in our failed run. Bro, we've been in here for almost 15 minutes. Ooh. Not good. Go, go, go! Nope. Sad. It's bad. Yeah, because you start at 200% already, so it's not actually 18%, it's 6% each. It's totally misleading. Yep. Can our staffs just kill him? There, I branded him. Red, green, blue, teal. What was that? Oh, that was a close one, boys. Oh, holy shit! You got a quad kill. Oh. Wondering the hours you played to understand how to get so many runes. I mean, having a consistent group makes the biggest difference. If you're pugging the runs, you never know what you're gonna get. I play it with like the same 5 or 6 people almost every day, so we're not perfect, but at least we can get a lot of runs done in a reasonable amount of time, usually. Currently, I'm running Greatsword Spear with 1.4k melee crits damage. Not seeing a lot of damage like you do. Any tips? We've got 1.4 crit chance, right? But your crit damage is separate from that. So your critical chance is only going to increase the probability that you do your max damage. If you want your max damage to be higher, then you need a few things. You need stats, first of all. Just the raw amount of stats that you have is really big, especially Dex and Wisdom. These have the biggest impact on your max damage. The weapon that you're using might matter, although for Spear, they're all kind of the same, unless you have the Arc Plus weapon or a Juno. Those are a little higher. And then Heavy Attack helps a lot, although that won't give you a bigger number. That'll just give you an X2 next to the number. Crit damage comes from a few places. You can get it from dagger passives. I don't like running dagger with this in PvE though. I am running 2-piece Shadow Harvester, so we get 14% crit damage from this. So when I am critting, those hits are not just doing my max damage, they're doing my max damage and then an extra 14%. So this is really, really good in both PvP and PvE, depending on what you're going for. So yeah, it's probably a combination of the Shadow Harvester set and then just having a ton of raw stats. Especially the 70 dex. Played New World, still love that game. Good to see MMOs do well. Yeah, I think Throne will hold on for a long time, even with the content droughts and all the problems. I think it'll hold on for. I think it'll do a lot better job retaining players than New World did. I'll just say it that way. When are you guys taking the Throne? I don't know if anyone's taking the Throne, as long as that inner gate is staying the way that it is. It's really, really hard to push against an organized group on that inner gate now that you can't cheese it with a shield. The Rune Trial grind has also been terrible content for streamers to have to do every single day. Yeah, and like I can't even read chat while I'm doing them. It's really bad. It's really not good for anyone. Oh, you guys don't want to do Festival of Fire? That's my favorite Dominion event. It's an ice apocalypse here in the south. I was grinding all night, 6 hours in Sanctum, barely 2% towards 20 mastery with books and food. How did you do 6 hours in Sanctum? How did you have enough tokens for that? Are you doing like the slowest Sanctum grind ever? You doing trackers only or something? Bro, if you want to grind mastery, go to 6F Abominations. That's the mastery grind. It's not possible to do that for 6 hours. You'd burn 100k tokens in 6 hours down there. Had recharges, did about 50k. You did 50k in Sanctum. That is... Of all the places... Why Sanctum? Most of the people in my guild won't even do Sanctum contracts. They just dissolve them all. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Mean. We're all targeting this one a little quick. I don't know if that's actually... Okay. Well, 50-50. Sasuke. Standard is 20k an hour with golden apple pie plus star tree cake. Yeah, that probably sounds about right. You always have 40k tokens? No, dude, you gotta burn those. Those are so valuable. Of all the tokens to let cap. That's like the most fun one to do. The regular dungeons are a slog, dude. The abyssal dungeons, those are still fun. Just like grouping up 15 mobs and AoEing them down, that's like classic MMO grinding. That always feels good. Having explosions of loot. Red, teal, green, something. Okay, well, that's one of these. Let's see what everyone else does. No one else was paying attention either. I don't think a single person looked at their color. Okay, it worked. We got it. Dude, I didn't look at all. I don't think anyone looked. I'm pretty sure all 6 of us just guessed. You used all your cakes? I still got a few cakes. They're gone, right? They're about to be gone. I think we have to burn them today. I actually didn't even think about that. How many do I have left? I have 3 cakes. And I think I have a few selections still that I can do. Yeah. 7 hours? Ooh. Ooh, I don't know if that's going to happen in the next 7 hours. I have 13k tokens, too. It's only enough for, like, 2 30-minute buffs. Could buy some more from the Battle Pass Star Shop, that's about it. I don't think the mastery matters too much, honestly. Stimbomb, welcome back for 15 months. I think once we get the mastery rework, it's going to get a lot easier. I'm back to just grinding Solent, usually. I'm back to just Solent buffs instead of mastery buffs. Synced was fun until we realized trackers were all over the place, random spawn. They're not fully random. They only share spawns with certain other mobs, and if you understand how it works, you can selectively kill their placeholders, and you can farm them a lot faster. I almost made a video on this when boots were a big thing. Almost. I don't remember why I didn't. I think we got spear and runes and everything else and I got sidetracked. I was showing it on stream for a little while though, giving away all the secrets. Some people were very upset. Streamer, you're ruining my prices! I mean, they're not wrong. The Guardians? Yeah, but even among the Guardians, it's only certain ones. Like, the Guardians at the door don't respawn as trackers, but the ones around the circle will. On the first floor. I think for the second floor, it's probably pretty much any of the Guardians, right? I didn't check the second floor that methodically, but seemed like most of the Guardians could spawn as trackers. First floor, though, I had that down to a science. I knew, like, exactly where to pull each mob. Was line of sighting the Pyromancers and the Hydromancers the whole time. Using the, this was before we had Spear, so I didn't have the crazy Spear sustain. I was using the Orc buff to sustain. You guys remember the Orc buff? Good times. Yeah, same dude, lag. I lagged out, kill a boss for me. Teal, red, green, blue. Teal, red, green, blue. I did not mean to do that twice. It's fine, he's not going to do an extra. I literally was feet in the air, dodging that. This game's cringe. Run that footage back. Run that footage back of me dodging instantly. I just now Guardian. If he's in the wall, we can get him. Oh, I just got a 85k guillotine. Check the footage. 42.5 times 2. Wow, that was very fast at the end. Spellstaff worth in T2? It's still good in T2, yeah. I think all of the arc boss weapons are still good in T2. I mean, still similarly good as they are in T1, I'll put it that way. Like, I don't think Spear is amazing right now, and it's not amazing in T2 either, but it doesn't, like, get worse or anything. I finished my codex because I wanted the goat mounts. Now I hate it. The wings are too small. Went back to my Emperor Eagle. Wait, you get a special mount just for finishing the codex? What's my codex at? I think mine's... I never did a few things. Like, I never did the fog. Yeah, I want to take a break from this shit. First of all, where's the codex? Am I blind? I never did the fully clear the fog. I don't remember this being hard to find. Am I just stupid? Oh, it's at the top. That's why. I'm like, where is it? I'm like going line by... Where is the codex? There we go. Okay, so I gotta do... Oh, right. I gotta go find the treasure. And I gotta kill some enchanted fireworks. I never did this because every time I went to Festival of Fire, I was obsessed with getting first place because I wanted the Amatoy. And then I got the Amatoy and I don't think I ever went back. Okay, so I gotta do those two. Bro, I'm never finding this page. I think Chad has told me where this page is like 10 times. I still haven't found it. Something, something, waterfall. And then I gotta go do... Okay, yeah, I gotta do the level 20, 30, and 40 dungeons. And then fog. That's pretty close. That's pretty close, actually. We could knock most of these out. We could knock most of these out, except for Phonos Basin. These are time-gated. We could knock everything else out. Like 20 minutes. Just realized I wasn't watching live, but Torture is my favorite dungeon. Welcome back, Mornock. It is a cool dungeon, yeah. It is. How to upgrade from blue to purple rune synergy? You won't be able to do that until we actually get epic runes. They're not in the game yet. Festival of Fire is happening right now. I don't even know. It's probably over. Oh no, it's a Dominion, so it's super not over. So, okay, do the enchanted fireworks spawn somewhere in particular? I see a blue circle. I see a blue codex circle. When do they spawn? Do you have to do something to get them to spawn?
The behavior of the orcs is unusual. It looks like they're going to start a fire ritual soon.
Who's attacking me? Somebody with a lot of melee evasion. And a friend. It's over. They're in the cave? What interval do they spawn at? They spawn during regular in the second phase. They spawn during regular in the second phase. Oh, they're not in Dominion? Okay. Well, then I'll just run around hitting people. Oh, I thought I saved him, but he like didn't run away. Okay, I should have done a more aggressive combo there. Now I feel bad. They're talking about not dissolving runes anymore in Discords, and or not spinning rune fragments, and I think that's really smart. I've been stockpiling mine too. I might have died to this guy. Maybe not, maybe not. Okay, okay, stealthing. He's evading everything.
Unless you enter the fire shroud and stop them.
Everybody's melee evasion now, bro. Even with like 1600 hit, I can't hit these people.
The fire ritual is finished. The next ritual will begin shortly.
I need to find the other red players. This ain't really the 1v1 builds. We need to put on dagger for that. Yo, where'd everybody go? There's like 50 people fighting at this crossroads. Now there's... Maybe they all moved to the objective? Miss, miss, miss. No, we got this. Or somebody does. Like, where is my melee evasion? Hello? The man just did a full combo on me.
We've collected enough fire energy to weaken the magic power. The wizard will soon retreat.
Sure works when they use it. In Fire Cave near the Orc Brawler Chief mini-boss. I feel like Festival of Fire is never up. It's always Requiem.
You've collected enough fire energy to unlock the code.
Oh, bro has 40. Okay, well, did what I could. Did 0 damage to this to this SNS dagger. Speaking of dagger, I should probably put one on. I'm not. Oh, okay. Put me in a party finally. Here, maybe I can escape. Bro, I can't even evade these hooks. I think that my character has a permanent invisible debuff to his melee evasion. That's what I think. I think I got hit with like a staff shred, and it just never wore off. You know, kind of like how people were using the Aridus bug and it never wore off. I'm pretty sure I have a staff shred that just never wore off. That's my explanation. I just need to get to the reds. I need to get to a healer. Oh, now they show up.
This is a list of guilds who have contributed greatly so far.
I was gonna assassinate that guy, and now he's full health. So, never mind. SNS dagger, no thanks. Yeah.
The fire ritual will soon be completed unless you enter the fire shroud.
Bro, I just want to find a group of reds. Just one. Who is leading the red group?
The fire ritual is finished.
That guy showed up just in time to...
Rituals anymore.
Tochi showed up just in time to take my kill, thanks. Thanks for the assist. Okay, I got all his points. Do I care about turning these in? I don't think my team wins. I'm pretty sure that Red's getting completely blasted. I'll just follow Tochi. Bro, how's he so fast? Tochi with the move speed gear. Don't stun me, dude. Be cool. Alright, thank you. Good job. I like this guy. The nice guy. I am not going to pay it forward. Let's go ahead and turn those in. Okay, I'm guessing this is where everybody's fighting. Let's go that way. Blue, green, blue, green. I have fallen through the stairs, and now I am in an infinite loop. I'm permanently 0 stamina. I can't unmorph. I won't be able to teleport because I'm getting shot by an archer. Okay. I mean... Okay, the archer no longer has line of sights. I guess. Let's look at that. To work on Embers? No, I haven't worked on that game in a long time. Teleport has been cancelled. Is it because I'm stuck? It is. It's because my character's still trying to move. Okay, Can't teleports. Can't unmorph. Oh, wait, I got some stamina back. He's still trying to move. Why is he still trying to move? Okay, new idea. New idea. We switch, and then we... Shadow Strike? Out of line of sight. Okay, I'm just going to tab until somebody gets Shadow Struck. You, stay right there. Don't move. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Why is my stamina going down? Help! I can see he's right there.
Put all the fire energy you've collected into the magic circle to banish them.
Precision dash? Currently unable to use. Right. Because, of course. I think it's because the game thinks I'm still falling. Try slash escape? Is that actually a command? We can try using this escape. This game has slash commands? How'd you say Greatsword Spear and Dagger Spear compare for PvE and PvP? I like Greatsword Spear a lot better for PvE. For PvP, they both have their pros and cons. The Dagger build is probably better in very large fights, and the Greatsword's probably better in smaller fights. Okay. I got personal rank 3 from doing one turn in. That's funny. Nobody plays the objective.
Fire
Yo!
energy is slowly fading away.
Go.
you're fired for a while. No retort. Keep your guard up.
Having stealth is just so nice. As much as I like Greatsword Spear, having stealth is really just so nice, dude. Unless you get flash waved 15 times while you're in stealth, but still. Still live longer than we would have without it. Alright, we got 30 minutes until Tevens. Do we want to do a little bit more mastery grinds? Might as well. We have this cake that's going to expire. I think it is raining. I think we will go to Sanctum. Let me do a quick inventory dump. But yeah, the biggest problem with Spear Dag in PvE is that you just run out of mana. Whoa, whoa, I got a Chaos Rune. Whoa, what should I do, you guys? I've been doing weapon, and it has not really been going my way. I think I might just do the ring or neck strat, since the support rings for those are basically dead. Get a little bit extra stats there, even though weapon has more upside. Weapon has not been getting me the results that I want. What order are you guys doing your Chaos Runes? Revik said he did weapons first, but man, you have to get, I don't know. I started off doing weapons first. I like the logic behind it, but I just have not gotten lucky. Because I'd be replacing an evasion rune on the weapon, which is not like totally a waste. So I have to get heavy attack or skill damage boost to make that worthwhile. For ring or neck, I could get almost anything, and it would replace what I have. So it would require a lot less luck. So maybe we just do that. Maybe we just do rings. I'm gonna do rings. If it's heavy attack. No, you can't get heavy attack, right? Alright, here we go. Oh, boss heavy attack. Oh. Well, I mean... for my non-existent PvE setup, that's BIS. Cool. When I said almost anything, I meant almost anything but that. I don't need any more melee evasion. I need range evasion. I've not been getting any range evasion, boys. It's just melee over and over and over again. Melee hit on belt. I think we're good on that. Another 56 skill damage resist. Okay. Some minor gains on melee heavy attack. Bracelet's 51 now. Do I have another bracelets? I think I'm using the same bracelet for both builds right now. Yeah, I haven't even looked at this one in a while. I don't know if I'm still using this on anything. No, you know what? I am. I'm still using this on Greatsword Dag. Okay, so what else? Weapon. Which one do I want to do next? I think we'll do Wicked Thorns. No, let me do Dentist. It doesn't matter that much, it's barely any gain. Okay, and then skill damage resist 56, 56, 56, 56, 56. That is so. God, that's so infuriating, dude. Like, I can see the 5 different weapons where I have level 56 skill damage resistance, and I'm still looting it at 56. I have not gotten to 57. Oh, brother. Like, at least the other 56s were minor upgrades from the 54 or the 55 that I had, but dude, like, filling up 5 items with the same rune, and it still hasn't leveled up. It's crazy. Look, the belt is also 56. Man, that's 7 of these. What about this? No, wrong one. What about this? 8! I have 8 level 56 skill damage resistance runes. Bro, go to 57! How do we bless stack chest, armor, and belts? The blues don't drop from abyss dungeons. Chest is impossible. The closest thing you can do to blessing stacking for chest is probably Plate of the Infernal Heralds. But you're not really going to get any blues. It's just purple on purple. And then, you know, whatever purples, whatever like useless purples you loot from your regular dungeons, you could potentially throw them there and try to fill out a couple chest pieces. But honestly, I don't even know if you should bother with chests. I think we just have to suck it up and pay the Lucent for the most part to get chest upgrades in T2. That's probably the worst slot to stack Blessing on. As far as belts, there's no great way of doing it. The best strategy is through material transmutation. You're going to get these Demonic Beast King belts and Butcher belts. You're going to get these both very frequently from material transmutation. So based on which of these you get more often and which junk traits you get, you can kind of stack those. Butchers has health traits and Beast Kings has mana traits. And then the resistances vary a little bit. So if you wanted to farm these, you could go to Temple of Siliveth and you could farm the belts there. And they drop pretty frequently. I wouldn't make that your top priority, but if you feel like you've made good progress on other slots, you can do quite a bit. You can get quite a bit from Temple of Siliveth because the mobs don't take as many tokens. They're only like level 30 mobs. So you can get a lot of belts there. And then you can feed the health traits into the Butcher's belts. You can feed, I forget what else Belt of Combat Prowess has, but I think you might have to split it between these two pieces. I don't know if it feeds nicely into one or the other. Let's see. Would not let me select it here. That's annoying. Looks like Weaken Resist has... Belt has Weaken Resist. I'm trying to just remember what else it has. Weaken Resist, Health Regen. I can't remember what the last one is. Not Sleep Resist. I think it's Stun or Collision. So, but yeah, it looks like the Weaken will go into either one of these. And then the health will go into Butchers. If it's health regen. If it's max health or skill damage resist or debuff duration, you probably want to either save it or sell it. I think all of those still have some value. Although I guess this might be different on your server. But yeah, on my server, those three are still really good. I don't know why Weaken Resist is 38. I don't know if people are actually paying this much. Maybe someone's using this for blessing stacking. That's really inefficient, but if you can get 40 Lucent for this, definitely sell it. It's pretty wacky. I mean, anything above 20 for a blue trait is really good. So I would probably sell that. Anything above 4-to-1 ratio, I think is good right now. Just finished chapter 10. What should I focus on now? I have a whole what to do at level 50 video that'll break that down for you in better detail than I could off the cuff. So you can check that out on YouTube. But the short answer is join a guild, start your Amatoy expeditions, and then start burning tokens. So you enjoying TL? Ever thought of returning to BDO? I've thought about it, and I've logged in a couple times, and it just doesn't get me. I don't feel the desire. Skill damage bonus hasn't upgraded since 20. Well, it's guaranteed to upgrade to 20. What do you mean? What do you mean it hasn't upgraded since 20? You don't start getting RNG upgrades till, I think, 40. Okay, we need to hurry up. I don't actually have 30 minutes anymore. In fact, this is a conflict event. I shouldn't do this at all right now. I should do this later. We should go get ready. We want to be there early for conflicts. Okay, looks like no one's in Alliance Discord yet. Heard someone talking about saving your dungeon contracts. Is there anything to know about that? Yeah, you can convert. So it looks like, we don't know if they're going to give us the same rates as Korea, but it looks like you'll probably be able to convert 2 of your current blue scrolls into 1 Talandre scroll. The Talandre scrolls do have tier 2 gear in them. It's only like a 0.7% chance. So, you know, if you do that to like 100 scrolls, then maybe you'll get like one of those pieces, but it's probably worth doing. So, but I would only do it if you still have enough contract coins to afford your extraction stones and your ink and your mystic keys from the regular contract merchant. Rolling TV on YouTube? Yeah. Let me get some water, boys. I'll be right back. Yeah, the whole scroll saving thing, at the end of the day, it's a gamble. You're gambling that we're going to get the same ratio of scrolls when they release Talandra, which is a fairly safe gamble, but it's not guaranteed. But you're also gambling that you're actually going to get T2 drops from those pouches, because if you don't, then you basically wasted your scrolls. Since you're converting 2 to 1, you're going to end up with less coins, you're going to end up with less loot overall, unless you get lucky with a T2 drop. If you do get lucky with a T2 drop, you're gambling that that's going to be worth more than the money you would have made running your blue scrolls now. I know a lot of people think that the market is dead currently, but there's still definitely some money to be made, and specifically with blue scrolls, you can always sell these guys, Clasp of the Conqueror traits, and sometimes Tapestry traits. So, I mean, every 40 scrolls is one of these, and if you don't get one that sells, you can also use these to stack Blessing. Both of these slots are difficult to stack Blessing on. So there's some value to be had there that's guaranteed. If you burn all your scrolls and save them for Talandra, then the value is not guaranteed. It's going to be based on RNG. So I think either way, saving or not saving, are both legit. You just kind of gotta decide for yourself how much of a risk you want to take. Did you really get all that Lucent free to play? I did. Yeah. I really did. I streamed the whole thing from day one. How did this guy find me? I was way up there, dude. Alright, what do we want to do for the next few minutes? I don't really have time to come and like pop buffs and grind here, but I'll just go do some regular contracts. Should we start buying the blue chest traits? I would not spend any Lucent stacking blessing, except for maybe unlocks. But unlocking on a chest piece is not going to get you any value because you're not going to be looting enough blue chests to feed into that. But if you want to buy, like, you know, a melee endurance trait for 30 Lucent to unlock on a pair of gloves so that you can start pumping that full of blues, then I think that's okay. But, like, don't spend more than, like, 60 Lucent per piece. It's not going to be necessary. Like, you want to get the traits unlocked so you can feed blues into them. Beyond that, you shouldn't spend any money. You shouldn't be buying like mass quantities of traits to feed. That's not going to be necessary. You should be getting quite a few blue drops if you're just doing your abyssal grind anyways. You just feed those into them. Thank you for the explanation. Yeah, no problem. What up, Soldier Hawk? How you doing?
We have a variety. Here's the Pure Light Tower contracts.
So, we were talking about this earlier. I've always been prioing yellow stones, but I'm a little bit behind what we're going to need for tier 2 in terms of rubrics. But at the same time, we also still have a little ways until they actually release Talandre. So I don't know if I'm motivated to prioritize these yet. I think I want to keep going after yellows. I think I do, because if they decide to drop trait resonance on us, having an excess of these yellow stones to throw into transmutation is going to be so valuable. Why did I just take one pure light and one shattered? I was not paying attention. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep prioing these, but I might change my mind. It really depends on what they say on Thursday. Like, if they're like, oh, Talandre's, you know, February 6th, then I'm going to be like, oh, okay, I need reds. But if they're like, hey, it's, you know, it's in March, then I think I'm chilling. Hanging in the last hour of work. We almost made it. Why are PvP builds more tanky than PvE? Where do they get the extra defense from? Don't most purple armors have the same defense? Yes. Where are you getting the idea that PvP builds are more tanky than PvE? I think that would completely depend on which build you're comparing to which builds. You might prioritize things like health or evasion or endurance more in a PvP builds. I mean, even in a PvE build, you're gonna have evasion or endurance. There's not like really anything else to put on those armor traits. So even on a PvE build, you're gonna have those things. But yeah, mostly it's your health and defense. So maybe you prioritize health more on a PvE build, but the defense shouldn't be that much different. That hits 7k star trees and gather even more wild herbs. The inventory won't drop. Dude, I don't even think it's in the game. I don't even think those gathering inventories are in the game. I think they forgot to add that shit to our version. You have the forest one? Chat, is he lying? How many of you guys have an Amatoy from Gathering? Which guild you in? Still bricked? Yeah. Yeah, I like this guild. I don't have any reason to jump ship. I'm generally not much of a ship jumper. I played BDO for 6 years, and I think in total I was in like 4 guilds. Two of those guilds I left because they disbanded. I think only one of them I left out of just like, I'd rather be somewhere else. Gathered ones are in, boss ones are not. I don't think I've gotten a single Amatoy from field bosses or from Gathering. Dude, I remember getting them in KR though. That's the weird thing. I didn't have the concept that they were like super hard to get. I feel like I got a bunch of them in KR. And then on our version, I don't have... I played this way more than I played KR. I don't have any of them. Something's amiss. I had to go up for this one. I know where this one is. We gotta go up. You got the Moonstone one? How many Moonstones do you think you've hit for that? He's gonna say like 20. Wants to describe what a ship jumper does. You think being in 4 guilds in 6 years is being a ship jumper? Really? Bro, that's like a year and a half per guild. How loyal do I need to be? That's crazy. I don't even stay at jobs that long. Got the Amatoys from Moonstone and Phonos. You think you hit 2,000 of them? See, if it wasn't for this rune grind, I would be so much more into like just gathering all day and playing the Amatoy Lotto. I just like, who has the time, bro? Until these runes are level 60, who has the time? Oh, it's so time consuming. It like takes away from every other part of the game. What evasion should I prioritize? More range versus magic? I'm doing both, but I don't know what's more scary. It depends on your builds. I mean, if you're playing spear, you can get a little bit more range evasion, so you can give up some of that. But in general, you're probably dying to flash wave more than anything else in large-scale PvP. I would say in like arena, it's probably a different story. It's probably the staffs that are scarier. It really just depends, though. I generally keep them about even. You just got an Amatoy from Mystic Keys? That one I might have. That one I actually might have. What's he called? I have like 6 platinum fishing rods from Amatoys. I feel like... Wait, why am I doing this? I don't have this contract. I have the smithing tools. Dude, I'm autopilot. Alright, Tevin's in 10 minutes. Let's go. Oh, I came over here for the Mystic Key. That's what I did. Let's go camp out at Tevin. I want to make sure I'm in place. Nice to see you as usual. Do you prefer Greatsword Dagger or Greatsword Spear in Arena? Greatsword Dagger for sure. Yeah, I think it's way better in Arena. The only advantage that the Spear would have is if I was playing a high hit builds, then using Shackle's Spear plus the Enforcer skill for Spear would give you a lot more hit. So I think that could make it good in Arena, but it kind of depends on your comp. Like, for solo queue, I think Greatsword Dagger. For 3v3, like if you're in a pre-made group, I could see the Greatsword Spear being stronger. If you actually have like a healer that you trust, then the Greatsword Spear is probably better. But for solo queue, I think having daggers in Arena is just invaluable. It's so good. Can't pass up that T2. Oh, whoa, whoa. Thick refresh. Let's start up top. Okay, you guys are not able to hear either of these discords, correct?
The blessings of the gods will
Okay, so I'm going to try Spear Dagger melee range evasion, Spear Dagger plate builds for this Tevin instead of leather builds. We're missing the 2-piece Shadow Harvester, but other than that, this build actually claps pretty hard. I was looking at the stats. We still have almost 1,400 crits. The top end is going to be lower. I think that's the biggest thing. How much of a difference is it? Yeah, 40 less top end is pretty... Actually, my stats are completely messed up here. What is going on? Bro, this... is so annoying. Okay, this one's good. I'm gonna have both of these ready to go just in case. It is so crazy to me that these stat bugs are still not fixed. Okay, so 582 top end versus 540 top ends, but the crit is about the same. So between the top end damage and the Shadow Harvester damage, we're probably hitting about 20% less hard with this builds. We'll see. We'll see if that's worth it. A lot of people are running melee damage. The leather build might still be better here. If I feel like I'm getting melted by staffs, I'm probably going to swap. 100% got one from mining, one from chopping. They're mega rare. Boss drop ones, I would bet either bugged or lies. Never seen anyone or heard of it. Do any of you guys have any of the Amatoys from any field boss? Like this item chance one. Are these all gathering? This one's in Korean still? Damn, dude. These three are all bosses, all field bosses. I don't know if this is, I think, is a dungeon boss though. Yeah, that's okay. That's Cursed Wasteland. Didn't mean to drink that. All right, let's nerf settings. I'm gonna nerf settings, then I'm gonna restart actually. Updated your quest log with T2 yet? No. No, we just now got the news that they're going to release all the T2 gear at once, so I haven't had time to put a build together based off of that. It's going to take a while. Collecting ammo toys that important? Should I be buying them in the shop? No, it's not that important. There's just, you can get extra item drop chance specifically for some of the PAL synergies in your ammo toy book. You can go look at which ones they are. So there's a total of 8% item drop rate you can get. I have 3% right now, so I'm missing 5 of that. And pretty much all of that is from ammo toys that you can only get from either field bosses or gathering. So buying them from the shop wouldn't help. Buying them from the shop helps you get to the 25 marker faster. But it's not necessary to get them from the shop. You can get them just from playing the game and battle pass rewards and codex rewards and that kind of stuff. So I've got 29 out of 79. So yeah, getting down here to this 25, I mean, this is nice. Honestly though, Abyssal token efficiency is not as good as it sounds. This is like an additive bonus. This is not actually reducing the amount of tokens you spend by 1%. This is, it's not nearly as good as it sounds. I'll just leave it at that. So if you don't have 25, it's not a huge deal. The biggest bonuses here, I mean, the Solent is nice. So getting to 22 for that last Solent bonus is nice. But yeah, the biggest bonuses are these synergies over here. And I barely have any of these. I mean, less than half. Like, they're really hard to get. All right. Eating my last cookie before they expire. It's the last one I had anyways. Veggie. Fritters. I don't think I'm going to live long enough to need mana. So I'm going to ignore mushroom stir fry for now. Are we grouped anywhere? Oh, I see you guys. Have you seen an SNS dagger blowing up players? Dagger plus anything can do some pretty good damage combos, even SNS. I don't know if they're blowing people up. I mean, it's not going to be like one of the higher DPS builds, but yeah, there's some stuff they can do. That was so laggy. I feel like I shouldn't have even bothered buffing there. I should have just started throwing spears. We're gonna try running back in on the ground, but we might have to come in through washers. Did you go with the upright desk so you can install a urinal? No. I haven't urinated since 1996. Okay, this doesn't look great. Can't really get any good targets here. Yeah, no one else is hitting those guys. Oh, that was a judgment. I think that was a judgment. What's up? Making range magic evasion right now, almost halfway. Should I finish it or save for T2? I guess it depends on what you mean by halfway. Like you only have half the pieces, or like your traits are halfway unlocked. I mean, if it's already almost done, then most of the stuff you need to finish it is probably cheap right now. But if you're trying to decide whether or not to buy like a Band of Universal Power right now or something, I mean, I'd probably wait. I probably wouldn't spend that much Lucent, but if you're like 1K away from finishing your build, then yeah, maybe that's probably fine. I wouldn't bankrupt yourself right now. You're definitely gonna get more value using that Lucent in T2 for the most part. Doing pretty solid here. Much better than our first push. I got 30 seconds to throw these spears to somebody. I wish I knew what my tab was targeting. There's so many people next to me, and it's just tabbing on someone a million miles away, dude. I can't even Shadow Strike, they're so far away. Alright, the actual fight starts in 20 seconds. That's not how I wanted that to go. I was trying to leave a shadow return up the thing. Now I'm in trouble. Okay, well, that didn't work. That's whatever. Here it comes. Still got hit. I don't even see him. There he is. There he is. Okay, can I... Alright, I lagged out. I thought I was still out of range, so I pressed it again, and then it double casted. Building stacks here when Shadow Strike is down is a little crunchy. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got a nice crossbow player giving me stacks. That's generous of him. Big sleep. We're gonna get explode? Ooh, ooh, scary, dude. Those sleep bombs. I feel like those are underrated. Do we care about this little group at 4 across the ledge? It's like one static. They look like bombers. They might all be tanks. It's Michael and his group. There we go. That's what we wanted to do. Get in, get stacks, get out. I'm just stunned forever. We're going watchers or are we running? Game gets updated in a few hours? Yeah. Yeah, like 5 hours.
Lay down your soul.
Is that all our guys?
Love it to the depths of hell.
There we go. There we go. Cleaning up the gutter a little bit. I gotta get out. I can't get any of these shadow strikes off. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's bomb these guys. Tevin won't evade. We'll bomb him. Man, just hitting these guys that are right next to me is so hard. It's just lag. Like their position's not real. They're not actually next to me. The increase to melee range is going to be such nice QOL. I don't know if I would get out here. Those are too juicy. I had to throw. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We still got some good space here. That's too deep. That's too deep. That's greedy. Yeah, I'm just bouncing spears off it too.
Love it to the depths of hell.
They're gonna push on this mechanic probably. I just can't. I pressed tab 75 times. I can't get the person who's 1 foot away from me. He's the only guy near me. I can't get him. I have to click. It's crazy. Like, I'm like, surely I could just press tab here. I don't know if death from above is going to do a whole lot for me on this fight. I can't really commit. I think that was a curse. How much increase did they say? For what? Well, the piece isn't halfway to trade, so I want to finish it and sell everything I drop from T2 until prices go down. Yeah, I mean, just finish it then, dude. You don't have to buy your upgrades. Like, you can do your upgrades slowly if you want. Just use, like, the blues that you loot from Abyssal Dungeons to do your upgrades. But I would probably try to get everything unlocked at least. If it's pretty economical to do that. I would just get everything unlocked, then you can fill it in kind of slowly with blues. You'll get some lucky gains. It'll be kind of slow, but doesn't sound like you're in a big hurry. All right. Okay, I didn't know it was that guy. I thought I would target someone over here. Dude, tab gets me every time. No matter where I think it might take me, it always takes me. It always surprises me. Okay, this is... It's too greedy. Too greedy, but I'm doing it anyways. Okay, here we go, here we go. Those are all tanks, but it looked like our boys were trying to push it. I'm having the same issue, dude. Tab is unusable with this many people. I'm just solo jumping on a tank. I don't care which tank it is. Oh, I actually dodged that mechanic. I'm a gamer. Doesn't have people close enough to him. Once again, cannot target the person who's right next to me. We don't have anyone pushing that. I guess I can just wait. You could see the plus 2800 from the potion on the screen, but it didn't actually heal me. Why did I choose to play an East Coast server, you guys? Why did I do that? You said melee range. I don't know what you're asking, Grixis. You're going to have to rewind. I don't have whatever context is part of this question. Would you build melee or range magic evasion in T2? I really have no idea anymore. I think the meta has shifted too much to give you a clear answer. I think it's going to depend on what server you're playing. It depends on your build too. Like, if you're a range DPS, you might want the wing set. That's range magic. If you're melee DPS, you might want the wraith set. That's melee range. There's also new Talandra sets that I haven't studied that closely. So, if one of those looks particularly nice, or we might mix multiple 2-set combos. There's like infinite different variety in T2. I don't think there's one clear answer to that.
If you do not have magic to offer, lay down your soul. Love it to the depths of hell.
Oh, these single stack explosive furies are so demoralizing. It's not who I'm targeting. Bro, it's not who I'm targeting. Help.
There is nowhere to run.
Where's my healer? He might have been running back. Yeah, he was. Arc boss is already dead here. Well, you said they were increasing melee range in a future update? Yeah, they didn't say how much. They just said they were increasing it. I don't have any details. I just have Tico talks. As Spear Dagger? I mean, Spear Dagger, I think it's still a large, fairly large scale builds. Like, if you're going Spear Dagger in T2, I would lean towards Leather still. I think you can just get more damage that way. But I think a plate version will work, especially since like the Wraith set has melee heavy on it. That'll still work with Spear Dag. It doesn't work. I don't know. It doesn't work that great without the Greatsword because you don't have as much max health. So you'll probably use Talandra gear for that. I think it's kind of a coin toss, honestly. I suspect that a lot of people will move away from Spear in Tier 2 and back towards Bow and Staff, so that'll make Leather more valuable. Holy sh... Okay. Which guild is this? Okay.
Love it to the depths of hell.
I buffed too early. I'm just gonna target the boss, dude. I don't trust targeting on anything else. There we go. There we go. Got a couple. What are you doing right there? He's a goblin. Is he really just standing there? I feel like he's got to be lagged out. Is he just standing there as a morph and nobody notices? Maybe I'm imagining him. Maybe he's not really there. I might make some adjustments to this build for like giga large scale fights. There's some things like I'm just not getting really any use out of Rising Slash here. There's no one to chase. Even death from above. Yeah, like if I okay, the boss killed me. Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. It says the boss killed me. What server is this? This is Zeroth, NA East. I feel like our alliance has to have the most contribution on this boss. It's going to be really interesting to see when they actually show it. But this has been a pretty good Tevin. I think we're in the lead. They held the platform for a little bit. But I think we've held it for quite a bit longer. I had to click on him. I tabbed to this guy just now. I tabbed 4 times before I clicked on him manually. Like it would not. There's no one else within 30 meters. And it won't pick him, dude. Oh, I can't get over how bad it is. I'm going to complain every time. Sorry, chat. It's unbelievably bad. Like, even though it happens to me every fight, I'm still, like, increasingly impressed at how dumb the targeting is. I'm trying to persist here. Let me throw out a fear. Get some of these tanks to die. Actually, pretty surprised that I'm still alive. There's a lot of orange. Play down these stairs, maybe? Alright, he's gonna die. I'm just gonna Guardian now. There we go, there we go. Good bombs here. Good clumps, good clumps. We've got momentum. I'm going to be a little greedy here. Okay, maybe not that greedy. NGH, where even are you? We got a, great sword. We got daggers. Wait, no, we didn't get the great sword. Somebody got the great sword. Did we get both? We got a wand? Wait, hold on. Did we actually just get 3? Did we actually just get 3? Whoa! Dude, I have never seen that. Boys. GG. That's insane. That is so crazy. No shot. We just got another one. Dude. Dude. Have you guys ever seen a guild get 4 Tevins? What? There was 840 people there, and we got 4 of the drops in one guild's. That's 60 out of 840 people. We got 4 of the drops. He probably only dropped 4 or 5 total. What the hell, dude? It sounds like one of our allies got a weapon too, so that's 5. Dude, I don't think he drops more than that. That is insane. Dude, I've never seen a guild get 3 from one PvP kill, let alone 4. That's fucking crazy. You got some serious PvEers in your guilds? Yeah, I mean, you have to hold the platform to be able to PvE, though. That was just, like, a really sick performance all around from the whole alliance. That was nuts, dude. That was nuts. Now they're mad at you? Yeah, they're going to be making some changes for the next event. I don't think we're going to get away with that twice. But, dude. Should I pin it? Should I put in for the greatsword or the daggers? I'm really torn, man. I don't know if I want to play spear greatsword or dagger greatsword. I guess I should. Maybe I should just put in for the greatsword because I'm gonna be playing that either way in T2. They said they will buff Arcbox weapons to be on par with T2. Yeah, for sure they will, because we have nerfed versions of them right now. So I don't know if they'll buff them necessarily, but they will certainly unnerf them. So they're still going to be very good in Tier 2. They're not gonna fall off really. Especially the daggers, dude. The daggers are just it's such a unique feature on the daggers. I'm just like, I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards Greatsword Spear in T2. It's the only thing about the daggers. If I get the daggers, then I'm playing Dagger Greatsword forever. I guess it would allow me to play Dagger Greatsword and Dagger Spear. I could do kind of what I'm doing now where I have both versions. I think I'm gonna put in for the daggers, see if they'll give them to me. I did not know that they did that. That's crazy, dude. We're just messing around now. I'm not hearing any pushes or anything in Alliance comms. I don't think we're gonna get any wipes here. I'm probably just feeding. Tico said Arc Boss weapons upgrade to 12. Yeah, but not only will they upgrade to 12, they will have more stats than the current versions. So we have versions where they reduced the damage by 20% and they shaved off some of the stats. So all of that will be put back on when T2 drops. So the reason they did that nerf is because they wanted to bring the weapons in line with a fresh server. Once we have Talandra, there's not going to be any purpose to have those nerfs. They're going to put all those stats back on the weapon. Love Dagger in your PvP. I don't love Dagger. I love Stealth. I love Shadow Strike and Stealth. The rest of Dagger to me is very whatever. That's why I'm like... Those Tevin daggers are so good, though. Dagger's still the best in T2 Arc Boss? You think it's the best? I don't know. That bow's pretty good, too. I think that bow is still pretty crazy in T2. We got Shadow Harvey boots too. Move speed, that's the best one. That's like 300 Lucent. Okay, it's only 200. Look at all of that loot, dude. What a kill. I still can't believe this. So Nisa, it sounds like Nisa got 2 weapons, which means our alliance got 6 weapons. How many weapons does this dude drop? Tevin Dagger, make reset your stealth as long as you kill someone that's unlimited stealth. Yeah, it's very good, especially in like Boonstones. It's very good. For an arc boss, I don't know. For like a fight like this, where you're getting flash waved from every direction, I don't know how much it's really going to matter. But for things like Boonstones, it's so good. It's so strong. Some people like flashy gameplay. Everyone likes flashy gameplay. Does he usually drop 6 weapons per kill? That's kind of crazy, right? Yeah, we got 4 and Nisa got 2. What trace did we get? Crit, heavy, crit, crit. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Not bad. Bricked with 4 weapons on conflict is crazy. I mean, it's not just any conflict. That's Zeroth conflict, boys. Like, do any of y'all have more than 842 people on your conflict bosses today? Like... That's the biggest W in Global Throne ever that I'm aware of. That's insane. Even in the Ethereum days, like there were times where we got 4 weapons within the Alliance. We never got 4 in one guilds. Definitely not 6 in the Alliance either. It's just completely nuts. With new contribution display, it's going to stir up some drama between guilds for sure. Oh yeah, like your contribution's like 50 and your allies is like 10. Yeah, that's going to be... You guys need to PvE harder. Stop fragging. Hit the boss. Although, honestly, if your allies have less contribution than you, but you're the one farming the boss, and they're PvPing for you, from a loot standpoint, that's kind of a perfect scenario. Like, you don't get as many kills, you might not have as much fun, but that's how you get the loot, dude. Being being high in contribution while your allies PvP, that's kind of how you get the loot. Alliance is temporary? Exactly. Oh, dude. That was crazy. We have, I think we're gonna scrim TC next. Let me see if this is still happening. Let's go goof around in Crypt. If they make it so you can't have alliances, this game could be Giga. People would still have alliances, man. They just wouldn't be official. At least by having an alliance mechanic, there's some limitation to it. If they took that mechanic away, I guarantee you it would not solve the problem. They could potentially reduce it to 3 or maybe even 2. I think even with 2, though, you're going to have people forming unofficial alliances. Like, it's especially on a really populated server. They're going to have however many allies they need to dominate. Trying to see what the plan is for the rest of the night. Yo, who's hitting me? That's why we like Greatsword Spear. Dagger would have died. Probably not. Dagger would have just stealthed and lived anyways. Okay, it looks like we are still fighting TC in 20 minutes. Ugh, they're gonna do guild bosses after that? I don't know if I want to stay on that late. I was gonna go to the gym tonight. Yeah, they are gonna do more like one guild versus one guilds scenarios, so I don't actually know what's going to happen with the conflict bosses that we have now. It might be the case pretty soon that arc bosses in Siege are the only Zerg content, because Tico made it sound like the regular conflict bosses are just going to become another GVG. So I don't really know how they're going to make that work with matchmaking and stuff, but it's an interesting concept. Since they can't have alliances, large-scale PvP become more small, since weak guilds do not compete anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's... I don't know what they're going to do with small guilds if they change all the conflict bosses to one guild versus one guild. Because if you have a guild that only has, you know, 20, 30 people on during prime time, and you're going against another guild that has 55 people on during prime time, that's just over. It's over before it even starts. So like, I think that's going to have its own set of challenges. This idea that it's like one guild versus one guild, I think it's going to have its own set of challenges. So your unique core, which is large scale 300 versus 300, that's what people want. I think people want 300 versus 300 until they actually experience it. I don't know, dude. After being in this many large scale fights, I feel like 100 v 100 is a lot more fun than 300 v 300s. And realistically, like, it's usually not just 300 v 300, right? It's usually like 300 v 300 v 100 v whatever. Like, there's other groups that are third partying you, and outside of Siege, I don't think there's any fight in the game right now that really handles having like everyone on the server there in a way that feels fun. Maybe tax car. I think the tax card event's pretty good too. But like, when the whole server shows up to a Kawazan, it just sucks. It's not fun at all. Even like a Tevin or a Bellendir, I don't know, maybe on some servers where it's not quite this crazy, 840 people I think is too many. I don't know how many people are having a blast. I mean, we had fun because we got a lot of loot. But as far as like the actual fight, I would much rather do like a 50v50 Boonstone all day long than that clusterfuck that we just did at Tevin. Just in terms of like the raw PvPs portion. Need partials to run. Do you think they should allow event alliance with max number of players? You're allowed to team up with the max number of players for that event. Yeah, but then you have issues of people like... That's kind of what BDO did, and that got abused in its own way too, because then you had people like murking into every single fight. And I don't know, it's... You end up fighting like the same 20 people on every single boss, because the small guilds have the space and they want the best players, and so it's tough. There's challenges either way, I think. All right, I'll be right back. I think what they do with the new, like one guild versus one guild system is tier it so that you have like 70 member fights, 50 member fights, 30 member fights, and then people could sign up for which one they want to go to. That would be an interesting way to like keep smaller guilds in the loop. Oh, are they posting the loots? Dude, I'm just hovering over our loot channel in Discord right now, waiting for them to post it so I can click the button. I could do guild bosses right now. What's better, bonus damage sets or melee heavy attack chance? Melee heavy attack chance is way better. Bonus damage is basically a pointless stat unless you're a crossbow player. Just give it to Moreland? Dude, I like this logic. I haven't been in this guild super long though, so I don't know if they're like itching to give me loot on that level. I don't know how many of these guys already have 7. How does your guild distribute the loot? Okay, we're into guild bosses now. That's good. They post it all on Discord, and then you react to it if you want it, and then they look at all the people who reacted, and they pick somebody. I should have grinded kill ranking this week to make myself look better. Been busy doing IRL stuff. What am I at? Ugh. Garbage. What's top 100 on this server? 7.5K? Yeah, we gotta grind it. I gotta spend some more time at Shadow Crypts. Oh, is it open right now? What if I'm Dagger? Do you think Heavy will still be the best for me? Yeah, Heavy Attack is like the most valuable stat in the game. Heavy Attack and Skill Damage Boost are the 2 best stats that you can get. Bonus damage is completely pointless. Like, it's not a good stat. It's very, very little value outside of Crossbow Dagger. What are you deciding? Are you just looking to like the set bonuses for tier 2? Yeah, none of those are going to give you enough bonus damage to be considered like... bonus damage is one of those things where if you have it, like, okay, it's nice little extra, but it's not something that you go for outside of Crossbow Dagger. All it does is whatever amount of damage you hit for, it increases that by your bonus damage. So if you hit someone for 1,000 and you have 20 bonus damage, now you're hitting them for 1,020. It's very, very minor. Now if you're crossbow and you're hitting like 10 times a second, then it's a little bit of a different story, but for most classes, it's a pretty underwhelming stat. It kind of has some value for spear dag, like it makes your umbral hit a little harder. It's probably the biggest skill that it affects. It's really not enough of a bonus to have a big impact on your spears, but your umbral spirit is probably the biggest thing it affects. That can hit multiple times per spear under the right circumstances, but yeah, it's like I said, it's nice to have, but it's never really a stat that you prioritize over other things. They're talking about Greatsword Wand in Discord. I think Greatsword Wands is the next big thing. It's actually kind of good. I kind of want to play it, but not as badly as I want to play Dagger or Spear. We're waiting for people to get out. Classic guild boss issues. Man, why do we need excavator bones? We just got 2 Tevins. I got 10 runes, 0 blues. Well, it's the only reason I show up to these is for runes. I'm getting scammed. Build doesn't work on YouTube, Miguel. It only works on Twitch. You can find me on Questlog, though. I'm one of the names on there. Easy to find on the character builder. Everyone's so motivated to do guild raids. Yeah, attendance for guild raids went way up after they added runes to these. It is a scam, though. I never actually get anything good from this. I don't know if we still have our scrim. I feel like doing a scrim after our boss is kind of... I don't know. It's a bit much. Okay, 5 runes, no blues. 5 more runes, no blues. Damn, I almost didn't even get a green from that one. That's crazy. Hey, we got an extra wand. Somebody's happy. Some healer's happy. Man, we're getting loot today. Now they're saying no one needs it, which is... We should probably run something else. I don't know. I don't know why we just have an extra excavator now? Okay. Yeah, alright. It's just Nirma for the rest of the game.
Don't expect an easy death.
Is that an upgrade? I did check bracelet. Good consolation prize if you don't get the 10 wand. Excavator? I don't actually think we have anyone that needs it. That's what they're laughing about in Discord right now. They're like, why did we even run that? Nobody needs it. We do need Nirmas. We do need Nirmas. We got a couple people that I think are going to reroll to SNS. We've been very light on tanks in this guild. So we need some Nirmas. We need to gear some people up. Can't believe they let me die like that. It's crazy. I don't know whose fault that was, but probably the healers. 5 commons. And 5 more commons. Dude, this game's really just given me... 1 in 6 of those is supposed to be blue. 1 in 3 of those is supposed to be green. It's really going to give me 10 out of 10 commons? Did I upset somebody? What is this RNG? Okay, bracelet I can get rid of. These skill damage runes, at this point, I'm just going to start collecting them just so I can complain about how many I have. Okay. And then I guess we don't need magic evasion anymore. Yeah, range evasion. Okay, I don't know where... Oh. I'm missing it. Gotta go in. It was a tricky one. I just jumped the whole time. I just die and blame the healer. I find that to be less work. I feel safer over here. Am I safer over here? This feels, yeah, this feels better. Okay, okay, I got some greens. Got some greens that time. No, still no blues. It truly is a scam. Did they nerf the... Does this have a different... Okay, hold on. I gotta check this in the menu. This is actually... We're starting to get into bottom 1% RNG territory here. I gotta see how legit this is. Yeah, this is the Rune Chance bundle. This is... Okay, so if you can... Yeah, I've seen this before. If you add all these together, it's like 15% chance for blue, 30% for green, and the rest is... So 1 out of 6 of these Maybe 1 out of 7 should be blue. 1 out of 3 should be green. I am just double checking. I am indeed getting scammed. I'm being singled out by the developers. Probably because I'm bald. Okay, so if I don't get a blue on this one, I'm gonna actually start doing math. Like missing a 1 out of 6 50 times in a row, that's gotta be lottery levels of bad luck. Okay, there we go. Alright. I'm back. Only one. Kinda back. Health regen. Alright, boys. Looks like we are not doing our scrim tonight. So I am going to dip. I'm going to send you guys over to Vert tonight. Vert is the leader of Bricked, leader of my guilds. He is the one who is in charge as we got our 4 Tevins tonight, so he's probably in a good mood. Go say hi to him. And I will catch you guys all tomorrow for the updates or Friday. But either way, I'll see you again soon. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your nights.